All right. Happy Friday to everybody. Welcome. My name is 12 Gauge, and if you've never been to my channel, once again, welcome. If you've been here before, I hope that you enjoy what you see here, what you hear here, and the analytical portion that I break down and I give the information to try to be mindful of the victims that are discussed, the situations that we encounter throughout this true crime world. Please try to understand that a lot of this is, since the information is very, very graphic at times, so it's not meant to hurt, harm, or degrade anybody's position. Tonight, I have a very special guest coming on. He's been on many panels. He has extensive knowledge of a certain case, and I'm sure many more. But he's going to come up and we're going to discuss the Idaho 4. But before we do that, we're going to talk about a couple cases and then we'll dive right into the Idaho 4. So without further ado, Sergeant Friday. Welcome.
Am I here? I'm here. Oh my God, I'm alive.
Yes, you are. Welcome, sir.
People have been missing me on other streams around the YouTube community.
Well, welcome.
Well,
So you want to tell us a little bit about yourself, Sergeant, just in case people don't know who you are? And what brings you to the true crime community? How long you been here? This, that, and the other. What cases you particularly like to talk about? Things like that.
I like difficult problems, true crime, and for a long time I was politics. For many years I did politics. I did a stream in politics for several years. Got out of that in 2020, and then studied sciences and different things when it comes to astrology and a lot of the stuff Musk is doing. But then come across this Idaho 4, which was the first case I had come across and never really paid any attention to. I'm highly aware of, the cases that have been going on around the country for years and years and years. As a matter of fact, where I live, there's a famous serial killer I won't mention, but so it's always been a curiosity to me. And the reason it's been a curiosity, I didn't pay much attention to it, in all fairness, is much of the lifestyles abuses that a lot of serial killers have were part of my upbringing. Okay. And I just always laugh and think, no matter how bad it was for me as a kid, it never dawned on me that I should go harm others. So that kind of probably kept me away from true crime, because I just can't wrap my head around innocent people being victims of somebody that was abused or whatever happened to you as a kid. I just find it a deplorable excuse,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, welcome. And I enjoy talking to people too, obviously. So
yes. Well, currently we don't have anybody in the chat, so it's just you and I for now. So we'll start off by discussing a couple cases, and then we'll dive into the Idaho 4 if you're okay with that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Can I give you just a tip?
Sure.
The title is where you're going to make all your hits.
Okay.
And yours says discussion and breakdown, missing Mizzou update. But you could have made a more interesting title, and people say, well, that's clickbait. No, it's not clickbait. People want to know what's in a stream, and the more interesting, sometimes the more fun, or the more curiosity you can put into the title, the better off you're going to be.
Right.
You could have put in here special guest, right? That would have people, even if they don't like me, right? People would have came in to see who you were talking to.
Exactly. Let me change that.
You don't have to, but I think, and going forward, if you can change it, fine. But I just want to help you going forward, because that's really, you do want to get a viewership. And I've listened to talk with you now for a couple times over 2 days, and you're a very intelligent and patient man, and you could do nothing but help,
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. Like I said, I'm fairly new on all this, so any help I can get, I'm humble enough to accept it. Well, the first case that I'd like to discuss is if people haven't heard about it, day 6 in the search for the college student out of Nashville. Let me go ahead and play the video and give some information, some background on it. Can you see that pretty good on the screen?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
The path to business success is often unpredictable. Managing your bank account doesn't
First,
need to
we
be.
got to get past the
Find
commercial.
your flow with powerfully smooth banking that
Always,
keeps you
right?
focused on bringing your
Yeah.
vision to life.
Yeah, exactly.
Wherever your company goes, Mercury is there. With
We all want him back. It's the longest we've ever gone without talking to him. And I'm sorry. Riley, we're still here, Bubba. We're coming for you. Just help us find you.
Our top story tonight as we continue to cover this missing young man. Another day in the search for Riley Strain has come and gone. And now with thunderstorms out there in Nashville, no sign of this missing college student tonight. He has not been seen in nearly a week after a night out on Broadway last Friday.
Today, crews were back along the Cumberland River looking for any sign of the missing University of Missouri student. Now we're learning new details about his disappearance, as well as how Metro Police crews are trying to track his last location.
Our Sharon Dankwa joins us now to break down what we know here tonight, Sharon.
Marius, Tracy, I got a lot of questions from people about tracking Riley's phone and what's being done to get a hold of its location. These are the surveillance videos we've seen so far. You see 22-year-old Riley Strain stumbling through the streets of Nashville. Police say Riley was kicked out of Luke's bar on Broadway Friday night while on a Mizzou fraternity trip. He told friends he was heading back to their hotel. But video shows him walking up 3rd Avenue North, turning onto Church Street and Gay Street, then disappearing after this last Life 360 ping near James Robertson Parkway.
The last contact with the friends was after he left Luke Bryan's. I believe that one of them had tried to reach out to him. I don't remember if it was by phone or by text. I think he said that he heard, like it sounded like he was outside. He could hear a lot of loud noise outside. But he couldn't give any more information, and then he wasn't able to actually speak to him.
Police have spent days scouring the area for any clues, but Metro Cold Case Sergeant Robert Nelson says they're also digging through Riley's call logs, text messages, and any location pings that could have gotten lost.
Some of the data we're still waiting on. There's a legal process when you're getting some of this information, and so sometimes it's multiple steps, and a lot of it depends on the company that you're trying to get that information, whether it's social media or a cell phone company.
They're also looking for information on the Apple Watch Riley was wearing. I asked a phone location specialist what else could come from these devices. He says in some of these cases, the companies who created the phone or watch worn can track down more precise locations of them before they lost power.
But right now, we have requested some of that information. We've done emergency pings, and we're just trying to get that information from them.
Sergeant Nelson says right now they're just hoping to get any new information from Riley's phone or watch as soon as possible. Now, right now, police say Riley's last known location is somewhere in between the Woodland Street Bridge and the James Robertson Parkway Bridge. Marius, Tracy.
Sharon Dankwa tonight, thank you. Tonight, we're also learning new details about why Riley left Luke's 32 Bridge. His stepfather says he was asked to leave that bar because bartenders suspected he had been overserved. Riley's stepfather says Riley went up to the bar to pay his tab, but he didn't have a tab open. The bartender told him he had to leave because they thought he, again, had been overserved. This week, the Tennessee ABC opened up an investigation into his disappearance because it is illegal to serve alcohol to people who are visibly drunk. Riley's mother says she just wants to see her son again.
I think the last text was around 7:45, and I just said, I love you. And he said, I love you too.
Riley is set to graduate in a few weeks. A GoFundMe to help his family stay in Nashville throughout the search has raised upwards of $38,000. We'll have more on the search starting at 4 a.m. on WSMV4 today.
All right, that's so tragic. So tragic.
And this is happening. This has happened a lot of times with young college-age students, particularly white males. And in some of the cases, Well, in all of the cases I'm aware of, there was a body of water involved in the crime, and as much as they were searching bodies of water for the missing person, or the body of water was extremely close to the nightclub or bar where this person was last seen. So there's a pattern of these crimes, and I believe they're referred to as the smiley face killer, the smile face killer.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
And I
Here
hope
in Texas, they've had probably about 13 people that have gone into the water. It's called Lady Bird Lake off of Rainy Street, and it's the same scenario. You know, college kid, he's stumbling around, never seen from again, and end up floating up in the water. Um, I agree with you on that. It says here that he was spotted by two homeless camps on a night of disappearance, according to his family and people who are actually searching for him. Did you think it was interesting that one shot um where
Yeah,
he's against that wall? Doesn't it look like he's trying to throw up or something?
yeah, he definitely looks ill, and I wonder if he wasn't, but he's drunk. He's not coming from a bar, so he looks extraordinarily inebriated or drugged up, either or both.
Yeah.
In all fairness, right? If he was drunk, then it was by his own hand, obviously, right?
Of course.
And
Well, she said he was asked to leave by the bartender because he went to pay a tab that didn't exist.
But I find that offensive. I don't know why the bartender wouldn't either call the authorities or found made sure the person had a way out of there. I mean, you gave them too much alcohol. Now you're just kicking them out in the street. If they go outside and get hit by a car, you're liable for that.
Of course, of course. You know, I don't know about you. Well, I'd like to welcome Jeff in our chat, Sergeant Friday. You know Jeff H. He's in our chat. Well, I've been drunk before in a bar, and I've gotten cut off or whatever. But the same thing has happened. Usually, they don't follow up. They just say you got to leave. You got to leave. I don't know if you guys have experienced that or not, but
there's been a change in that, though. You're right. That's what it was when you and I were kids.
Yeah.
But there's kind of been a change in that because bars have been sued for this.
Okay.
You gave him too much alcohol. Apparently he had too much to drink and he was at that bar. So his inebriation came from that bar. You're not supposed to oversell somebody alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And if somebody is that far gone, like you saw him walking, you have to ask why weren't the authorities called? Even the police themselves. When you see somebody that messed up. At that point, in other words, he's a danger to himself and others. And that happened while inside your establishment. I don't know why they wouldn't have called the police, in all fairness.
I don't have a clue either. Jeff says he looks very distraught going along that wall.
It could be distraught or it could be drunk, right? I mean, you could play it. It wouldn't hurt to play it again. That was probably a pivotal part of that video.
Yeah, let me see if I can.
I mean, and it passed right by, and I noticed it, but didn't concentrate on it. I just felt bad. I feel bad for the kid. I mean, what's the worst thing? 22 years old. We all make mistakes, but most of us don't end up vanishing or passed away as a result of it.
Right.
I made mistakes where I was shot at and survived. I mean, come on. This guy got a drink.
I gotta restart it because
yeah, don't worry, man. Don't worry.
So while this ad runs, let's go ahead and keep talking about this. It also says
we all want him back. It's the longest we've ever gone without talking to him. And I'm sorry.
Yeah,
that's obviously the dad right there.
Yeah.
Riley, we're still here, Bubba. We're coming for you. Just help us find you.
Well, shit. We'll get there.
No, I'm not in a rush. I mean, you're fine.
But it also says that he was seen by the homeless, but how credible is that?
It's the longest we've ever gone without talking to him.
Well, I would think that
and I'm sorry.
I would accept their
Riley,
statements that they saw that kid walk through there somewhere near the homeless camp. I wouldn't think that would be unreliable.
Well, yeah.
Our top
Right.
story tonight, as we continue to cover this missing young man, another day in the search for Riley Strain has come and gone. And now, with thunderstorms out there in Nashville, no sign of this missing college student tonight. He has not been seen in nearly a week after a night out on Broadway last Friday.
Today, crews were back along the Cumberland River looking for any sign of the missing University of Missouri student. Now we're learning new details about his disappearance, as well as how Metro Police crews are trying to track his last location.
Our Sharon Danqua joins us now to break down what we know here tonight. Sharon.
Marius, Tracy, I got a lot of questions from people about tracking Riley's phone and what's being done to get a hold of its location. These are the surveillance videos we've seen so far. You see 22-year-old Riley Strain stumbling through the streets of Nashville. Police say Riley was kicked out of Luke's bar on Broadway Friday night while on a Mizzou fraternity trip. He told friends he was heading back to their hotel. But video shows him walking up 3rd Avenue North, turning onto Church Street and Gay Street, then disappearing after this last Life 360 ping near James Robertson Parkway.
The last contact with the friends was after he left Luke Bryan's. I believe that one of them had tried to reach out to him. I don't remember.
Can you back up and let's just watch that walking down the building 3 or 4 times?
The last contact with the
police say Riley was kicked out of Luke's bar on Broadway Friday night.
He doesn't look drunk in that image.
Trip. He told friends he was heading back to their hotel. But video shows him walking up 3rd Avenue North, turning onto Church Street and Gay Street, then disappearing after this last Life 360 ping.
That one right there where he was just walking normal?
No, the one that the original video starts and it shows him walking down a building
then
bent
disappearing
over.
after this last Life.
In the very beginning.
Text, I think he said that he heard like it's.
Police have spent days.
I think he said that he heard
before this.
Like it sounded like he was outside. He could hear a lot of.
These are the surveillance videos we've seen so far. You see 22-year-old
Riley
Strain stumbling through the streets of Nashville. Police say Riley was videos we've seen so far. You see 22-year-old Riley Strain stumbling through the streets of Nashville. Police say Riley was kicked.
I don't know if he was
These are the surveillance videos we've seen so far. You see 22-year-old Riley Strain stumbling through the streets of Nashville.
Does it look like he's looking into a phone?
Yeah, see, what I do is I block out his upper body and just watch his feet move. A person stumbling, obviously, where do you stumble? Not from watching the upper body. They stumble at their feet, right?
Right.
So I don't see him stumbling. I see him walking. That's why I said if we could play that a few times just to see if it looks like a walk or a stupor. Because my initial impression is it looked to me like he was drugged or drunk. But that could be
he
wrong.
looks like he's leaning over and looking into his phone.
Right.
Like right there. Right there.
So far, you see
Right
22-year-old Riley Strain.
See, he looks like he's looking into his phone.
Police say Riley was kicked.
Do you think he was
These are
looking
the
at a
surveillance
map?
videos we've seen so far. You see 22-year-old Riley Strain stumbling through the streets of Nashville. Police say Riley was kicked.
I wonder if he was having a kind of heated debate with somebody or an animated conversation.
Out of Luke's bar on Broadway Friday night while on a Mizzou fraternity trip. He told friends Strain stumbling through the streets of Nashville. Police to get a hold of its location. These are the surveillance videos we've seen so far. You see 22-year-old Riley Strain stumbling through the streets of Nashville. Police say Riley was kicked out of Luke's bar on Broadway Friday night while on a Mizzou fraternity trip. He told friends he was heading back to their hotel and Gay Street, then disappearing after.
You know, in this area is where you see him. The other places he's walking normal.
North, turning onto Church Street and
he's
Gay
running.
Street, then disappearing after this last Life 360 ping near James Robertson Parkway.
The last contact with the friends was after he left Luke Bryan's.
But look how close that ping is to the water.
Ping near James Robertson Parkway.
The last
and Gay Street, then disappearing after this last.
Go ahead.
Pause that for a moment.
Okay.
It would be interesting to see if they got body cam footage of the homeless people, because this is not the first kid of this description that wandered off in a bad part of town where there were homeless people. There's a few of them like this too. That's another consistency with the smiley face killer. Okay.
Okay.
So that's why when you ask me, do I believe the homeless people? I do. Because there was another one where a young kid this age was seen by homeless people.
Okay.
And that person went missing by a body of water. So this is at least number 2, if not more, where there's the body of water and the homeless.
Well, I don't doubt what you're saying, but look at this. Look at this last ping on Life 360. It's not. I have that on my phone because I have some family members that I track sometimes,
Uh-huh.
but it's not really like 100% accurate. It's within probably a couple blocks where it
Okay.
pings. So right there, it looks like he's close to the bridge by the water, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's where he's at. He could be a block up. He could be on the bridge. He could be on the
Uh-huh.
other side of the bridge.
But what does that last image show us? That area where the signs that say road closed, is that near a bridge? Is that near a body of water?
Supposedly, I don't know. Let's see. So there's a park right here, but there's 2 bridges, it looks like. See, there's one here.
He would have had to have crossed one. Okay. So he had to have crossed one of those bridges.
Right.
Okay. So the body of water is ever present then in its last known locations.
Life 360 ping near James Robertson Parkway.
The last contact with the friends was
And
after
they
he
didn't
left
show
Luke
the damn
Bryan's.
bridge.
I believe that one of them had tried to reach out to him. I don't remember if it was by phone or by text. I think he said that he heard.
Okay. Look at this shot right here. This looks like, do you think this would be a bridge?
I don't know because it's road construction, if it's a barrier for road construction. But does it say road closed? Yeah, it does.
Yes.
Yeah, it could be a rebuilding of a bridge, sure. And he does go that way,
It
doesn't
sounded
he?
like he was outside. He could hear a lot
Yeah.
of loud.
No, he
lot
doesn't.
of
He goes
loud
right past
noise outside.
Okay. Now look up here at the top. This
Okay.
looks like it could be the bank.
It looks like the water. Looks like the river.
Yeah, this looks like the water. So supposedly if his phone pinged and he went past this area, then there would be another bridge down here that his phone stopped pinging at. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So maybe that's a little, I don't know.
But he couldn't give any more information.
Okay,
and then he
there
was
it
saying,
is. Perfect. See how there's the park area?
Yeah.
So that looks like water to me.
It
What do
does.
y'all-
It does. It's either water or another road.
I mean, he seems to be walking
Normal.
straight up right. Jeff sent
Yeah.
me another video. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up.
to actually speak to him.
Police have spent days scouring the area for any clues, but Metro Cold Case Sergeant Robert Nelson says
Okay, see, they're obviously under a bridge right there. See the pillar?
Yeah. Now if anybody is in that area, it would be nice to see if somebody goes down there and looks for a smiley face.
Yeah.
In broad daylight, obviously with a friend.
And not drunk, right? Not drunk.
Maybe an armed friend.
Yeah, not drunk at all.
Right. But see if that plays through, if it shows, if there's any,
they're
I wonder if
also
there's any
digging
footage
through
from that.
Riley's call
Nope.
logs, text messages, and any location pings that could have gotten lost.
Some of the data we're still waiting on. There's a legal process when you're getting some of this.
Okay, look at this area right here. Doesn't that look like a wall that there would be either a ramp coming down or maybe that's next to a building where you would walk up it?
Yeah, it does. It looks like a wall.
And this says detour. So do you think, I mean, I'm just speculating here. Do you think this would be right before the road closed sign over here?
I don't think so, because the road closed sign seemed to have a lot of active walkers on it. He was around other people. This was before that stretch of, so I think he runs from here. If you keep playing it, if it's still the same, I don't know where we are, but he comes into the scene kind of running, remember? And then you see him walking. So I think this is where he came running from.
Okay.
Okay. But play it forward and see.
Okay, let's see.
Information. And so sometimes it's multiple steps, and a lot of it depends on the company that you're trying to get that information, whether it's social media or a cell phone company.
They're also looking for information on the Apple Watch Riley was wearing. I asked a phone location specialist what else could.
Okay, so they're looking at his Apple Watch.
Right.
Not trying to get off topic here, but what if Brian had an Apple Watch or a Samsung watch? He turned his phone off, but his watch is still on. So his.
Well, they searched for all of that in their search warrant
I'm
application.
not going to get that started yet. We can talk about that later, but that just hit my mind just then.
All right. Well, then I won't hit your mind anymore.
But I don't know. I mean, I'm observing this just like you, and I wish that I could pull up the other one really quickly.
Well, you could bring this up on Google Maps. You just need the intersection that is. Do you know what the intersection is?
Let me see what WTMZ.com watch 2024 Strand.
It's called Luke's Bridge. That's what's his name is saying. Luke's Bridge in Nashville.
Okay.
Let me see here. 3rd Avenue, zoomed right in on it.
Did you?
Yeah, we're gonna look here, see what we got. So
okay, let me put this on the
Luke's
screen.
32 Bridge is actually that's the bar he was at.
Right.
That's the bar he was at, right? So 32 Bridge, you would have to. Were they searching Cumberland Park? Is that what they said?
Hold on a second. Let me get the map. Okay, so if you're looking at the map, there's the bar right there.
Yeah. He had to walk across the bridge to get over to that park.
So he's right here.
The John
They're
Single.
they're saying that he walked down here because we saw the park, Nashville Public Square Park. And there's a bridge right there, and there's a Municipal Hall of Fame museum. And this is where supposedly was the last ping. Maybe we can go down that road. Okay, there's the bar he was at.
Right.
3rd Avenue and
do a full 360. Now that building that's straight across the street, go to that building straight across the street. Yep, go forward. Keep going. Now see the grate on the ground and see what looks like that gray wall. That looks like the area he was filmed walking by. Turn around now. Okay, maybe it's not. There's too many windows. Okay.
Okay, there's another wall. There's another wall up here.
Right? I mean, where did they catch him on camera? You would think it wouldn't be too far from that bar.
No.
It's not going that way.
See,
there's the wrong way there.
There's another building right there.
Yeah, but those big openings that weren't there. But it was that kind of a stone.
Yeah.
All right. So where did he go when he left that bar? In what direction? They're telling us he ended up. Did he end up across the river or no?
Let me go ahead and go back out so I can see the map. Okay, let's go down to the bar. So it looks like from the bar, we're going to go, this would be east, right?
He went which way? Use your mouse pointer. Just draw it down a line where you think he went. He leaves the bar and goes
this way. He went this way and then along the river. So whatever street this is, this would be.
So he made a left at the river.
Okay, that would be. What the fuck did I just do? Y'all be patient with me. Don't come after me now. Okay, that would be.
Yeah, he could have been walking.
First Avenue in. So this would be right at the end of the street. Okay, this is right at the end of the street. There is a bridge. And the bar is back this way. See, there's the bar.
Right.
Up that way. So let's go up this street, see if you see the wall.
Yeah, they caught him on a camera, what looked like.
See, I don't see anything on either side that looks like a white wall. So let's
Well, it was
go
actually
ahead.
concrete colored, in my opinion. It wasn't necessarily white as much as it was stone or
Yeah.
concrete colored. You know, it was like a natural color, whatever the product was made out of.
Okay,
But
so he got down here, down by the water. There's the water. See the bridge up ahead?
oh yeah, I see that.
Okay,
He didn't go
so
across. Did he continue walking down this street?
supposedly
what-
this is, I mean, this is the route that it looks like he took, because there's a park up ahead.
But there's nothing alongside. He wasn't caught on camera here though, because look, it's wide open,
Yeah, you're right.
right? He was going the other way,
Yeah.
right?
So you think I need to turn around?
They see him crossing at First Avenue and on North Street. Let's see where that is.
First Avenue.
First
North.
Avenue and North Street, which is First Avenue North, right? What else did he say it was? First Avenue North on Gay Street, Church Street. Where the hell is Gay
Okay,
Street?
let me go back to the map.
That almost
Okay.
seems like somebody would have boycotted.
Okay,
the
there's there's the
When
bar.
we have protests all over that road.
What'd you say? Church Street?
No, Gay Street. First, read what he said. First Avenue North on Gay Street. Okay. I see First Avenue South, First Avenue North. Where the hell is Gay Street?
I don't see it.
There is no Gay
There's-
Street.
There's second, there's third.
There's Church Street, there's Bank Street,
Fourth.
there's Union Street, and then you run out of streets. You have no more road.
There's Molly Street.
Commerce Street.
See, I don't think
Right.
he went this far down. I think he headed this
No.
way. He headed this way, but I don't see Church Street. I see Commerce. Oh, there's Church.
Yeah, but where's
Okay,
Gay Street?
there's the bar. So did he go down this road before the river and then headed that way down Church, you think? There's Bank. There's Gay Street.
Where?
Right here. Right along the river.
Right before. Okay, hang on. Right along the river. That's
Okay, there's Gay Street right there, Jeff. Gay and First Street Avenue. So
let me hang on a second. Let me look at where you're looking at. Where's the bar in that picture?
okay, let me go back there. Okay, this is Gay Street right here along the river under that bridge.
Okay,
The bar-
it goes
the
under the
bar
bridge
is
in
right
the
here.
direction. Okay.
Okay, the bar is right here. So Gay Street is right here. So First Avenue North.
The
It's
bar is
obvious-
way down. Yeah, so it's way
This-
down.
Yeah. Okay, First Avenue North is the street that I was going down. So
yeah,
at the
I
end,
saw it.
at the end right here at the Square Park, he would have had to either go across the park and hit Gay Street right here and walk. Let me take that route.
Yeah, I'm seeing where Gay Street is, and Gay Street brings you right up on the shore and brings you underneath the expressway.
Okay, this
Great.
would be
Yeah,
okay. This is Gay Street.
right.
Hey, maybe it was the bridge wall that they caught him on. This wall.
Yeah, could have been. How
Or
far
do
does
you
that wall
think-
go? Look at the other side there.
Yeah, they're
No,
pretty
there's no grid. There's no grids in the ground there that he walked across.
okay. Well, let's go up this way a little bit.
But I could see this being an area where people congregate, homeless people,
Yeah.
right? It's not thoroughly out of the city, but it's kind of away from the city while
So
still
when-
being within it.
Where was the last place that his phone pinged at?
Gay and I think what he said, Gay and First Avenue North.
Okay, so it's right. We're at the church on Gay Street.
There's a Nissan plant across the river from Gay Street. But let me see something.
A what plant?
A Nissan.
Okay.
Nissan Motors. It's a Nissan stadium, not a plant. That's a stadium.
Okay, there's a wall, but I don't think that's the wall either. But the wall that we see, it looks like an embankment going upward. You get what I'm saying? It looks like an on-ramp or something.
Right.
Let me go show you guys again. Okay, let me go back a little bit. Okay, did you see that? There's a bicycle. There's a green bicycle tag on the road. See it? Right here. So this looks like where there's a detour sign, there's
The hell are you looking at? I'm looking at a picture here that shows me Gay Street. Where's your pointer?
oh my bad. I gotta go back to that page. Sorry. Hey, work with me here, man. I'm learning. I'm looking at it on my end. Okay, let me go back. Can you see the video now?
To get a hold of its location.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. See the
Yes.
bicycle area?
Yes.
So this
See
is
the,
there's construction there, but I don't know what area that would be.
is it the see is it that it's got a okay, so I don't think that's the issue. The place we saw him walk by those road closed signs, although it kind of with those that's what it looks like is at the end of that street there, road closed.
Yeah.
But there also looks like there's a flasher. See it between the two signs?
Yeah.
With a yellow, it looks like it's got a yellow flasher on it, even though it isn't on. I wonder
Okay.
if that video, if we played that video again of him walking by the closed road, if it's that corner.
Jeff says 2nd Avenue and Church Street is what one site says. So you're wanting me to go by the one he goes.
The Friends was after he left Luke Bryan's.
Onto Church Street and Gay Street, then disappearing after this last life.
The Friends was after he
Onto Church Street and Gay Street, then disappeared. Riley was kicked out of Luke's bar on Broadway Friday night while on a Mizzou fraternity trip. He told friends he was heading back to their hotel. But video shows him walking up 3rd Avenue North,
Okay, so what area is that?
turning onto Church Street and
Okay, I see where he went. So here's where we got confused. He went down, he left the bar, he went up 3rd Street to Church Street, made a right on the church. Church crosses over and becomes Gay. and then I mean, I'm not saying that for a fact. It truly does cross over 1st Avenue and Gay, and that's where they say 1st Avenue and Gay Street. But he came from Church.
Okay,
So
so
we want to find, go from the bar right out the bar, and the first street becomes. Is it the first street? First, second, 3rd Avenue. If you come out of the bar and you make a left, your first right is going to be. Hang on, the stupid thing. I got a problem.
Okay, there's 2nd. You see the map? There's 1st, 2nd. So I would say 3rd. Okay, there's 3rd.
3rd is where the corner of Luke's bar, Luke's 32 Bridge. That's the bar he was kicked out of. He left that.
And so we're going. Okay, let's go down that road, and then
right, and see if you see any of that camera stuff. So it's on 3rd.
Okay, so let's go to 3rd Street.
3rd to Church. Then you make a right on Church.
Okay, we'll go up this street. Jeff, I'll look at that here in a second. Man, I wish you could send this on StreamYard. It would be easier to see. Okay, I don't see anything so far. There's 3rd to Church Street, you said?
Right.
This looks like a lot of bars and a lot of parking garages.
It does, and it's a straight shot. So you go from 3rd Avenue, and your very first intersection is going to be, no, that's Commerce. Going to be what? Your second intersection.
Okay, so what intersection is this?
So go from
This is Church Street right here.
yeah, go from Luke's Bar, which is right on 3rd.
Yeah,
And
I'm
just
going
walk down
I'm
to
going
the-
straight. I'm going straight. That was Church Street. Well, there's a blurred out building, so I don't know if that has anything to do with what we're doing. Okay, we got a building up ahead that could be the building. See, it starts looking like construction everywhere.
Yeah.
See, there says loading zone. There's a building with pillars. A lot of construction still. Okay, what street is this? This is Union Street. So Church and Union, so Gay's up ahead. I think this is fuck. It's Fuck Street.
It is. It's not easy to do. Right? It could drive you fucking nuts. I'm going in the direction that's correct, but the first intersection I got to is called Broadway. What am I doing on Broadway?
Dedrick Street. So did I go too far?
This is that I found. No, did I find it? I'll tell you if I found it. I don't think so. But on 3rd Avenue, there is.
Yeah, I went too far.
Kind of a wall.
Let me look at the map. I went too far. Okay, we went down 3rd. See, Charlotte. Definitely at 2nd Avenue and Church. Okay, so there's 2nd Avenue right here. So it would be at the corner. Jeff, you're saying? Let's see. 2nd Avenue and where's Church? Okay, right here. Let's start right here.
There it is. I found it.
You found it?
The building is on Church Street. It's by Church. And it turns from there over to Gay. So,
okay,
yeah,
so
when you come around the corner of, listen, when you come around the corner of 3rd, when you come from 3rd Avenue,
do I make a right?
And you make a right onto Church Street.
Okay.
You go by a fenced-in parking area, and then you'll see that building that he walked by, and they caught him on camera.
Right
you
here,
see the
right?
grates? Yep. Yep, there it is, right there on the right. You see the grates on the floor?
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
the surface. That's
good
exactly
job.
it.
Good job. Good job. Thank you, Jeff. You too, man. Right here. Here's the wall.
Yeah.
Well, what's ahead? Is this
Church?
okay.
That's Gay Street. That turns into Gay. The Church Street turns into Gay Street. Keep going. Keep going. You're going across 2nd. Keep going.
Okay, so I'm going to cross this. So
keep going.
Okay.
Keep going. Keep going all the way through the intersection, and you'll be on Gay. Now you're keep going and cross this intersection. That's Gay Street right there. It's where it begins. So he walked from 3rd to Church. Church then turns into Gay, and he continues.
Okay, Gay kind of goes around.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it follows the water, and then he took Gay to up there where he showed you there. I forget.
Okay. Well, look at the water. Look how, there's nothing much to keep you from falling in. I mean,
no. But if he fell in, you would think that there'd be a trace of the body.
Yeah.
That's the other conundrum here, man. I mean, how fast is the current? That could be an issue too if there's a lot of current there. How much
But I mean,
traffic
did
is in
he?
that river?
So he supposedly kept going up Gay Street. He didn't cross this little park to go down here, this area. Do you think?
No, but it's kind of funny because there's another murder scene for a guy this age, the same kind of scenario with the way that's laid out.
Really?
Yeah.
How far down on Gay Street?
I forget how far he went, but I think he went all the way up to the expressway, to just before the expressway bridge.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can see the camera on the far end of the red brick building. Yeah, you're right. That was the place we found it. Good
All
job.
right. So anyway, this guy is missing. We burned a lot. I'm looking at the fucking map.
Okay, so here he is walking, but I didn't see a road closed sign. So is that further down, you think?
A what?
That road closed? Like look at the right here, the road closed sign. Do you get what I'm saying? Like look at where he's walking.
Yeah, but the road close signs are behind him. This area, we're getting towards the end of his walk here.
Okay.
Right? And the last time they seen him apparently was on Church Street where we found the building he walked by.
Okay,
and
so
I think
that's
the last video surveillance of the guy.
That's the last location where his phone pinged, right?
Right. But
Okay.
obviously there's a video of him walking by that building.
Right. So what
Right.
I'm saying is this though. If this was the last location, that building right there is where we identify, where you guys told me. Did he go up Gay Street or did he keep walking forward? You know, like
No, he went up
nobody-
Gay Street and he went all the way up by where that expressway is. Don't you remember? We found the road up, we found Gay Street and then up by the expressway is where there's a bridge there that you could cross over from.
Okay.
Gay Street turns into a bridge that allows you to go across the river, I believe.
Okay, it's coming up. Here's the bridge.
Keep going.
There's
No,
steps over here too.
All right.
See those steps that go up?
Right, but now turn around. Turn around. And if you keep going, go ahead, keep going up the road.
There's another bridge, you're right.
And you got to take bigger jumps or
But that looks like a railroad bridge right there though.
yeah, it does.
It
But
doesn't
I can
look
see homeless people being over in this area too.
Yeah,
at
but
night.
I don't see there's
take-
like
Yeah.
what are you gonna say?
I was gonna say take it right to the end.
Okay. Fucking Google.
And then we can get off of this poor kid.
Yeah. Well, I'm just looking at the water, how easily accessible it is. I mean,
Yeah.
he looked pretty inebriated. He busted his ass on that one where he was running. So, do you see him, maybe going over this wall? But it still looks a ways from the water. It's not
Yeah,
like
but
right
I don't know
next
that
to it.
going over that wall would have been, I mean, so that means it was a fatal,
Well, there's a
don't know
little
what's on-
area. There's a little area right there where you can go now.
Right. But it's more likely he got grabbed over here or attacked, I would suspect, than him simply falling into the river. The other question is this part of his route going to where he was going? We don't know that. Where's the fraternity? Is this?
Yeah, he was. We really didn't. I mean, he didn't tell. They didn't tell us where the fraternity guys were staying at.
Right.
I
Yeah,
cannot
so-
picture a 12 gauge as a royal commentator. What that means?
I have no idea.
45-minute 12 gauge.
Yeah, we did. We milked this one for a long time, and we didn't have to. But
Yeah,
it is-
we're at 50 minutes already. Good God.
Yeah, what the hell are you doing? You're chasing down video.
I don't know. Well, let's.
Doing research during the stream. Guilty.
Hey, true crime, baby, true crime. Well, let's move on and start talking about what we're going to talk about. I'll save that other one for my own little podcast.
Yeah,
or
do a little
whatever.
more research on it, and you could podcast that or talk about that or find out more about it. where the, you know, I would suggest you, if you're going to do it, look to see where the fraternity is in relation to what the walk this kid took.
Yeah.
Right.
Jeff says, how many video clips are there of Riley walking? I only saw 4, Jeff. I saw one of them where he's walking by that building. I saw another one where he's walking across what looks like a bridge where he's with the crowd of people. I saw another one where he busts his ass, and I saw another one where he's walking upright. So
yeah.
I think there's about 4, yeah.
And they're all consistently bringing them towards the area that they're talking about. The one image places them on Church Street in front of that building.
Yeah.
Right. And if you keep walking, it brings you right to Gay Street. So if they're saying that his last location was Gay Street, then that's consistent with the video so far.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, all that makes sense. The point is, though, why walk that way? What was the need to go that way if there was a need at all?
Well, one thing that I heard too in that video that you and I talked a little bit about a while ago was the phone pings and how that seems to be more prevalent in how they're finding people or their last location, which has been for a while now, like you said. But how did that phone just stop working? You know what I mean? Like the last location. Do you think he was attacked? Do you think his phone got taken from him? Do you think he was robbed?
I would look in the area for broken cell phone parts or cell phone to see if it had been taken and smashed. Yeah. Right, as a way for the perpetrator to hide their tracks, or maybe it's in the river. Right? Who knows what happened to the phone? Maybe he turned it off. That's the problem with these missing cases. You don't know if this kid just walked off into La La Land. He gave up his life.
Right.
He left his keys in his wallet, but he took his phone, and then his phone shows a last known location, which could be consistent with somebody trying to escape their life and just be gone with it all.
Right, exactly.
Or it could be he was abducted, right? Or it could be he fell in the river. That would explain his phone turning off and him vanishing all at the same time, because now the phone is at the bottom of the river and he floated away, right? So
True.
It could be any one of those 3 and maybe even more possibilities. But you just don't know until you find the person or the body or a crime scene. And until then, there's just no way to know.
Well, it seems very sketchy that all of a sudden his phone just stopped, you know?
Right, but that's explainable what if his battery turned off? You see him, we think he was on the phone as he was walking.
Right.
What if
it's been my interpretation. Hey, it's been my interpretation as a law enforcement officer for all the cases that I've seen. It's more convenient, more than not, of the perpetrator to turn their phone off during the commission of the crime.
Right, because it's common.
I was trying to be funny right there, you know.
Oh, yeah. So I don't know at this point. This is still a complete mystery, and nothing really is. The only facts we have tell a story with an ending of vanish. How, what, why, where? We have no clue, and nothing to send us in a direction to give us a clue. Sadly.
I don't know. I mean, it's quite interesting. So, like you said, I'll have to do a lot more research, or if one of you guys wants to do research, you or Jeff or whoever wants to come up with me next. If y'all want to do the research, you're more than welcome. But I think it's an interesting case because, I mean, there's so many similarities to what you said as far as the smiley face killer. Yep. I have done research on that,
So there should be, if there was anybody that's a streamer that knows people in Nashville, and they could go out for a Saturday or Sunday stroll, just casually, and walk where those parks are off of Gay Street that walk you down to the water. See if there's any smiley faces drawn anywhere around there. Right?
Yeah.
Because that's a consistent symbol that shows up in a lot of these are white frat type boys in their early 20s or late teens that go missing near a body of water, coming from a bar, connected to a college. All of that has happened numerous times in our country. And very few of them actually get reported. And if they do get reported, it goes away pretty quick.
Because you think, I mean, I want to say this and then let's move on to Idaho, okay? Um, do you think it's because of the, like they have that perception where you're a hooker, you're a drug addict, you're this, a drunken student drinking on a Friday or Saturday night or whenever is almost given the same moniker. Well, they're just drunk. They'll turn up. Maybe they're went to crash at somebody's house. Maybe they hooked up with somebody or something like that. Do you think that they're given the same moniker as those other people that I just named?
I don't know. I don't know. We there's a two-part problem that I have. One is I was reading your chat room and a comment someone made that I don't know why it was made or what's the point. In relation to the Koberger case. And
Okay.
that kind of overwhelmed what you were saying. When I read that, I was like, anyway, so I apologize.
Okay. Yeah, I was reading the one where, what's her name? Annie Hewitt. She said, I suspect Jack DeCure had a hand in the Idaho 4 case. Then she said, I personally talked
Right,
to
which
Jack
means
D on Instagram and DM'd right before they arrested Koberger.
Great.
So
Congratulations.
if she was talking to him, Jack DeCure is the boyfriend, right?
Yeah, but remember what I said? If you're trying to solve this crime, you're
Yeah.
not solving this crime from a computer, from a chat room, from a video cam, from a Google. You're just not. The Koberger case. You can't. And if people are going to seek to try to solve it or explain it with facts that are not in verifiable facts, then there's no sense engaging in that conversation.
Yeah.
Kind of like what we just did here. We track this kid and we come to the conclusion he's missing. That's the story we were told, right? We've concluded that the story they told us up to the point he goes missing is accurate. The route that they claim he took, the video cams that show that route. So we verified everything they've told us is accurate. And
Yeah.
we've come to the conclusion the kid is gone. Now
Yeah,
we can
we're
sit here
gonna-
and make up 100 reasons to where he went or how he became gone, but none of them are accurate because we have no fact to support them, right?
Right.
Yeah. So
Let's say, here's another comment from Annie. She says, Jack D admitted to me that he and Did was at the Corner Club bar that night, laid and
that's
talked
great.
to Kaylee and Maddie, then supposedly went home, a block away from the murder house, and went to sleep.
Yeah, good. That's a consistent story. I've heard that from other people who
Yeah,
said that. You know what? It doesn't mean anything. Whether you talk to them. Here's my third party stories. In my opinion, should come with the story evidence first. Actually, the evidence first, and then your explanation of the evidence. Not tell me your story, and I just have to take on faith that this actually happened. Right? We don't know that this person talked to Jack. We have no way to verify that. So
is there any way that you can send me those screenshots, Annie? I mean, that would be.
Yeah, but even so, what does it mean if she did? What she's saying is the same thing that's been being said for months. He went home and went to bed. The police told us that. That's no groundbreaking story.
Right.
That's exactly what he said.
So I would just think that if he went home, went to bed, that was in the story. He was asleep.
He was a suspect. He was a suspect, right? He clearly was a suspect in the Idaho 4. This is the story that's come from the investigation of that suspect, that he was there that night. He seen him that night. He went home that night, and that's it. So my point is, whatever, I don't know what the person in the chat room is trying to create out of that, because it doesn't do anything to the story at all.
I guess she would be trying to verify the story, just kind of like what we did, to make sure that what she's heard is basically what is true or not. I mean, I think a lot of times when people do that, when they seek out information, it's to just make themselves feel like they're not crazy, or that what I've heard, I can yeah, I can say, okay, well, I heard it firsthand from the guy, so therefore what I've heard, I can verify that. She said he lied about being at the club At first, he admitted it.
I don't see. That's what I mean. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, Annie, we're not here to convince you that we're right or you're wrong, anything like that. So I don't want you to take that. Um, Sarge, him and I have agreed that, evidence that is based on factual information that we can build a case on is
Or
more
at
relevant
least
than hearsay.
discuss the fact and still have different opinions, which is perfectly
Yes,
fine, right?
yes,
Your view of a particular fact may be that they're just different than mine, and that's perfectly
right,
okay. But okay, the significance of this story's been out for over a year
yes,
about Jack D and the corner club and him going home and going to bed, and that's all it's been, is that story. It doesn't connect to any of the legal documents, any of the filings, any of the motions, any of the arrests, any of the
right.
What does it connect to?
I would just be wondering, the fact that, um, him being at the corner club, there was a lot of speculation there for a while, just to talk about this. There was a lot of speculation about, was that him? No, was that not him? You know, she finally got the answer if that's really who she was talking to on the other end. If they video chatted or something and she saw that that was really him, then she got clarification that, what she heard is real in her mind, okay?
Yeah,
But to
which is
us,
fine. Which is Listen,
yeah,
there's nothing wrong with that. But what I'm saying is that information that's it. To take the information and then try to create a scenario under which Jack was involved in the murders is a bridge too far. There's
mhm,
nothing else to support that other than you have to read into that and build a conclusion into it. So it's just another fact. It's like when they told us they surreptitiously uh, took a suspect's cigarette butt and had it tested, right?
yeah,
We don't need to know who that suspect is because the end result was that DNA wasn't part of the crime scene based on
right,
what they took, right? But knowing it is fine. Knowing that Jack did that is fine. It's great for reference because somewhere down the road, what if he becomes implicated? Then this information
yes,
becomes a relevant part of the discussion. But
yes,
until he
exactly,
becomes implicated, it's just another, it's kind of like you're driving down the street. You don't keep note of every road you pass. They're
right,
not all important. You're trying to get to a specific location. And that's all I'm saying. The third party discussions and these trying to solve the crime by including drugs or other players that don't have any other factual connection to the case. His connection is he knows them or dated them, may have been out at the same place at them that night, and then he went home and went to bed. There's
exactly.
other people with a way stronger database of connection, availability, motive. There's
Well,
more people, and they're named in the police documents.
yeah, and we're talking about Occam's razor.
Right.
Showalter was right there with them, caught on camera. He was there at the
Right.
grub truck. He was the last supposedly person other than the driver to have seen them alive. So his would be more suspicious than the other Jack, in my opinion.
Yeah, and there's a couple of, if you're trying to solve this crime across the internet, I suggest it's an exercise in futility. If you're trying to understand whether the person that's accused is rightfully accused and soundly accused, then that exercise is something you can do because there's information that you can count on as being fact. I don't know if Jack was involved. I can't say that he was or wasn't. And
Right.
I don't really want to discuss him until it becomes relevant that he does become part of the story. You follow me?
Of course.
Yeah.
And another thing, based on what I've learned in my criminal justice classes, an interview is conducted on the witnesses surrounding the crime.
Right.
So the fact that they probably interviewed him, they probably put down a note that says, well, he was inconsistent with telling us he was at the corner club when he said he just went right to bed. That's an inconsistency, but is it enough to make him a probable suspect? Probably not. Let's just put a
Well,
star next to it and we'll look into it further if other evidence connects him. We find the hat, we find something that he was wearing that night at the crime scene, then we can pretty much take him into interrogation.
right. Right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, she's making more arguments, and I listen. It's a theory it's a theory, but we have no fact to support that he had any involvement in that. So she mentions a whole bunch of different things, and no one's discounting that.
Right.
Okay? And I agree with Sabrina. There's no way this kid is probably either going to get a hung jury or acquitted. Okay, and they'll never solve this case because you know something, making an arrest of any kind was the most important thing that town needed. Briefing the college every day for months. To what avail is the college that heavily involved in a murder that wasn't committed on their campus?
Right.
Right. And why is the police answering to the college? Because the college pays the police bill. And now we can start jumping into politics, but we won't. But the point is that big cluster F is what it is. And to suggest or try to, I don't know how you can solve the case from out here. Yes, Jeff was called times. Yes, Jeff dated one of them. Yes, Jeff was out at the bar. Yes, Jeff said he went home. But how does that make Jeff the killer any more than Brian turned off his phone?
And you know what? Jeff has a K-bar knife too, and a sheath.
Right. Yeah.
Did he go? I get your point, Sarge. I get it, and that's what makes these panels so awesome. Is that we can talk about this stuff. We can have our beliefs, and we can say, this is what I believe, and this is what I'm thinking about. That doesn't make you wrong. That's your perception of your own truth.
Well, again, when I just like to stick with the facts.
I understand that. I do too.
If I'm going to talk about anything, if you're going to talk about an engine or putting in a clutch to a car, you don't bring in what it was for electric cars in 1901. I know it's a car and I know it may have had a clutch, but it's not relevant to your Honda 2020. Okay.
Jeff says, but I tell you what, if they found my DNA on a knife sheath laying next to a stab victim, I'd actually think about confessing.
Yeah.
Because it must have been me.
Yeah, you go right ahead and do that. Not me. Not me. I actually robbed the place and my fingerprints were actually on the hinge, and I never thought once of confessing. Why? Do you know why?
No, tell me why.
Because I was the building manager that just painted the hallway. Them finding my fingerprints was conclusive evidence. I had my hands on that hinge. And how did the house get entered? It was through hinge pin removal. How do I know? I did it. But because I had just painted that hallway that day, right? And you found my fingerprints on the hinge, even knowing I committed the crime, even knowing you got that fingerprint, I wasn't admitting to it because it was perfectly okay for my fingerprints to be there. I was the painter.
Exactly.
So what I'm saying is, when you have a case of transfer DNA like we do here with Brian Koberger, I've seen many cases like Amanda Knox. A lot of people don't know Amanda Knox was convicted on transfer DNA. Did you know that?
I did a video on that. Yes.
There's many cases that were convicted on transfer DNA and they were overturned. And the reason they're overturned is, and this is kind of stunning because it applies to Koberger. The reason they were overturned was because they had one location of transfer DNA for the person they're accusing. And then they had several other pieces of transfer DNA, okay, in locations that would also have been consistent with the crime. Okay. So this one black guy spent years in jail until they did a DNA analysis. And thank God they kept all the original evidence. And they found his DNA on the woman, on her nail or something, right? And they convicted him at trial. But there was another unknown male DNA in multiple locations on that body that they never disclosed and never tested, right?
Right.
And that DNA that was found in so many different locations that showed that person was most likely the rapist, not the guy you convicted. Transfer DNA,
I also heard of it. I think we're talking about the same case. It's the case where there was a police officer that pulled over to help somebody. He got the DNA of the guy that was hurt, and somehow that transferred to the crime scene, and that's how they convicted. Yeah,
another guy in the back of an ambulance. You know those heart monitor things they put on your finger?
Yeah,
remember a woman that they picked up that was severely beaten? They put the same thing on her without cleaning it, and this guy's transfer DNA got under her fingernail. So when they searched for suspects, they found that guy's DNA and they went after him, but he had nothing to do with it. In fact,
Of
The
course.
transfer DNA came from a medical piece of equipment for emergency services. There's a movie about this too. There's a guy in
Really?
England. Listen to this. There's a guy in England. The English kept finding all of these murders that were all similar, okay, with stabbing murders, right? And at every single one of the crime scenes, they kept finding the same DNA. How do you like them apples? So
Yeah.
now they find a way to match this DNA to a person, and they arrest the guy. Okay, or they go get the guy. Whether they arrest him or not may not be true, but they go
Right.
get the guy, and they find out that this guy isn't the killer. He's the guy that was putting the buccal swabs in the containers and then sealing them up and sending them out the door without gloves on. Okay, this guy contaminated the buccal swabs. That's why his DNA was showing up in so many different crime scenes. That's the problem with
I mean,
transfer DNA.
and we could go, you know, in this case, the Idaho 4 case, if we wanted to go down that rabbit hole, we could create a whole story about that. We really
Yeah.
could.
Yeah,
But
you
would
could
that
do
make
it.
would that make it true that we somehow found the avenue that led to his arrest, to his possible
Yeah.
conviction? No. All we did was put pieces together. It's kind of like there's individuals out there that every little name they hear. I saw one earlier where they were talking about the big guy with the Coke can, and they somehow incorporated his name into the Linda Lane footage. So he was obviously at the Linda Lane footage, and then ended up back at the grub truck in time to see Maddie and Kaylee, and somehow he was involved in the whole Fight Club thing. I mean, we could put all these things together and we could make it sound like we solved the crime, as you were saying. But that doesn't mean we solved anything. All we did was put potential innocent victims or innocent witnesses or people that we don't even know were there based on a name. You know how many people have the same name in this world?
Yeah, but it's to me it's I have said there's been some creators, and I've been pretty nasty with a few of them because they create these stories that have no relevance, and even in the remote chance of all the dust in the universe that this one piece of dust is real, okay, you can't have other people just generally look at it and see what you're saying is there. It's insanity.
Right.
And to get to, and here's the problem is it's not even so much the creators that are doing this, but the audience gets tickled by this. The audience seems drawn into the drama and wanting to discuss the drama of it when you can't really make a connection to any known fact. And
Right.
I just don't think that that's a good idea. You're bringing up all this 400 people were watching this on their cell phone. Well, we don't know that to be true. We don't know it to be true. Could it be true? Sure. But do you need to make all of these streams and try to prove that it's true? No. If it's true, it will become known, right? And so all of that speculation,
Exactly.
all of these crazy stories are just, to me, it's entertainment. It isn't true crime when you go down those roads. And that's fine. If people want to be entertained with that, then I'm not that morbid, have at it. If you want to claim that Ethan was getting his face urinated on and that you want to be in a stream where that's what the provider is going to offer, I say go for it. But that's not, to me, true crime. Just isn't.
No. You know, I've started this channel, you know, I don't know if you've seen some of my streams or, you know, some of the stuff that I put out, but most of it has nothing to do with the individuals that are being accused. I mean, there's the main players, but there's not any of the, well, this is the second tier people, this is the third tier people, these are the
Right.
fourth tier people. It basically sticks to the 5 people or the other 2 surviving roommates. Either that or I don't even talk about it, because why talk about all these other people that were seen at the grub truck? For what reason? They don't have any relevance. So a guy flexed in a shirt with no, you know, he was wearing a tank top. Big deal. Does that make him a killer?
Well, it doesn't. And so far, that's the catch-22. People are up in the air as to whether this gentleman is the killer or not, and they're in the air for a lot of good reasons. And some people aren't in the air because they see those reasons in a different light. That's fine.
Exactly, and
Right?
that's fine. Yeah.
But it's the factual data that's discussed, not the theoretical data that could be, that I've come to the conclusion. I don't see this guy. I don't see evidence enough to have even charged the guy so far. I just don't. When I look at the filings, that there's no DNA of the victims, that there's no electronic connection of Koberger to any of the victims. When you look for all of these things, and those things are the argument against him doing it, I don't know, man. You got to overcome that, because if you don't have anything more than just transfer DNA that in fact had to be modified with a software program that's protected, that you can't even as a defendant get access to see how accurate that software is. I don't know if you realize that, but that's exactly what's happening here, where the DNA software that they used is considered proprietary, private corporation, private business, right? It's not a government entity. You can't FOIA it. So Mr. Koberger's DNA, its determination, its creation into a testable sample for genealogy done at Othram Labs can never be questioned. That to me is not American.
Well, going back to the facts of the case, I understand what you're saying. But getting back to the factual stuff that has been stated, the FBI even told them this is a tip. This is not to be used in court. This is a tip. And I think I've heard you say on another panel, gave an example of, okay, someone's selling drugs. You go and you tell the police, hey, so-and-so is selling drugs out of my building. You gave them a tip. You don't expect to be called into court as a witness to him selling drugs. Is that not correct?
You expect them to investigate them and come to their own conclusion he's selling drugs.
Exactly.
Unless you can prove you got a video or recording and the drugs you bought from him, right? But just be aware that if you bring that to a police station, you in fact committed a crime by buying the drugs. Okay. So it's a catch-22. You're right. That's why it's an anonymous tip. That way the tipster is completely, you don't know how they came across the information. You're not required to know. So you run with it. And they didn't do that here.
At the defense, I believe that's why they're pushing that so hard, because they know that pretty much everything associated with that quote unquote tip has been destroyed. So there's no way that they can have a paper trail that leads right back to the IGG. I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Right here, I got another question here. This is the one that got me into this. This is why I got even paid attention to crime at all. When you read the probable cause for an arrest, there's nothing in the probable cause that definitively places him at that house.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So because of that, and you then argue that you did not use the DNA to get the arrest. Okay. So you mean to tell me that a court approved the warrant on a phone that was turned off and on photographs of a car miles away from the scene when it comes back on? And during the time of the crime, we have, if that Linda Lane footage is accurate, if that's real, we now have footage of vehicles in that area. And the one that actually goes around the building and parks isn't even a Hyundai Elantra. We can prove that. So now I have to ask the question, what did you arrest the guy on? Because the story in the PCA describes Linda Lane. It describes the movements of those vehicles. They claim it's one car. It's not. It's two.
Okay? They arrested him on physical characteristics, I believe.
Characteristics of what?
Bushy eyebrows. 5'10" and taller.
See, here's what I'm saying. If you take out the DNA, what's left in the PCA that justifies his arrest? That's the simplest question to put. Take out the DNA. What's left? That's what the prosecution just told the judge.
The circumstantial evidence is left.
But can you arrest somebody and take away their freedom on just circumstantial evidence without some likelihood, some evidence that likely says he did this?
It's been done. It's been done in cases. It has been done. They have the obvious reason to appeal these things. It's been done, but they can appeal them. And I'm sure a lot of them have won based on the circumstantial evidence wasn't strong enough to hold up the evidence that they did have.
Right. Do you remember the statement that was in one of Ann's filings where she said the FBI relied heavily upon a vehicle going the wrong way at the wrong time on Ridge Road? Okay. Do you remember the story when they came forward on December 7th and said they were looking for a 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra, not because they believe it was involved in the crime, but because they may have information that could help them? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm telling you that based on those two pieces of information, they tell a story. The story they tell is the car you see on Linda Lane is the 11 to 13 Hyundai Elantra they were looking for, not because it was involved in the crime, but because they may have seen something that could help them. That's what the Linda Lane footage is. And the footage of Brian Kohlberger is, in fact, on Ridge Road going the wrong way at the wrong time. That is, in fact, a 2014 to a 2016 Hyundai Elantra. And I'll bet you dimes to donuts that Brian Kohlberger admits that's him in that car. Okay. And I say that because that car was going the wrong way at the wrong time to have been involved in any of the crimes that they allege that he committed. That is his ace in the hole. Because the Linda Lane footage, not only do we have no way to identify that from what little we saw, but the fact that the police simply came forward asking for that specific year, make, model car based on an FBI expert's analysis makes that a valid analysis of the vehicle. He didn't change his opinion. There are two separate stories that people have stuck together. One specifically says Ridge Road. The other one from the police says they were looking specifically for a specific vehicle in the area of the house, of the crime scene, that may have seen something. So they're talking about an Elantra on Queen Road, not an Elantra on Ridge Road. You see?
Yeah.
That's how I think this gets destroyed by them. That's
You
why
know,
she
you
keeps
just
saying,
you just said something that made me think, okay, what if, okay, this is strictly circumstantial speculation. What if he dropped off the weapon to somebody and then drove off? There was another car.
No, because he wasn't on Ridge. He wasn't on. See,
they don't have him on Taylor or.
No, they don't have him on Linda Lane. They don't have him on Queen Road. I'm telling you that the vehicle that you're seeing in that Linda Lane footage is the 11 to 13 Hyundai Elantra that the police were looking for, not as a suspect.
Okay, and his is the 15, right?
His is a 15. This is what happened. Here's what happened. The cops saw the Linda Lane footage. They identified the vehicles in Elantra. Some FBI expert somehow was able to see the view of an angle of that car to tell them what year it was. They came out and wanted assistance from those people. They weren't alleging that person was a wanted suspect.
They just wanted to talk to him, right?
Okay, now just because listen. Watch the Linda Lane footage. Watch the Linda Lane footage, and you'll see that Honda Elantra come in a couple of times and drive off.
Yes.
Okay. When you see the car come in that goes around the building, that is not a Honda Elantra. So, knowing that, let me tell you the story. The Hyundai Elantra that they're talking about is on Linda Lane footage. It does come into the parking lots. It does turn around and leave. It does do a 3-point turn at King and Queen Road and come back in again and then leave. The next vehicle that comes in is a Chrysler 300. So when the police went on TV and said they wanted information, help from the person in the 11 to 13 Elantra, that is the car you're seeing. That is why the cops came forward, because of that Elantra video on Linda Lane. What Ann Taylor told us is that Mr. Kohlberger's on a camera on Ridge Road at the wrong way at the wrong time. And that's what the FBI relied on to identify the 2014 to 2016 Elantra. Okay. They don't say it's Kohlberger's, but they take the Ridge Road picture and they identify that as a 14 to 16. And I'm telling you, they're two different stories. But the problem is the coincidence of the make model of the car is the same. That's what threw everybody off. Everybody thinks the cop made a mistake when he identified the car.
Yeah.
And they accept that car on Queen Road is Kohlberger's 14 to 16. And what I'm saying to you is, no, that's not true. That's not what they said to us.
Okay.
Nobody has argued the police made an identification mistake of the vehicle, nor is Ann making that argument. Ann's argument's clear. They said that they saw a second vehicle without, like they call suspect vehicle 1, right? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And that's that
I'm
kind
with
of
you. I'm with
conflation.
you on that.
Do you see how the facts? If Brian drove a Ford Taurus, this would never have happened.
Yeah.
But
He would have drove a truck.
Yeah, well, no, Jeff, it's been absolutely video shown that that's a Chrysler 300 going around the building and parking. And I know you do your videos, but to me, the discussion's over. There's two different cars in that Linda Lane footage. There's no doubt about it. Get a clue is correct, 100%. I'm no fan of anybody. Get a clue, and I butted heads, but I accept his explanation of that car being a 300 through my own personal research on it. So,
well,
I'm good on that.
For discussion's sake, let me ask this question.
Yeah.
Could we be talking semantics here? Okay.
No.
Could we be listen to me. Hear me out. Okay. Like we say, all the kids that you hear talking, all the kids that you see walking around, all this, they don't necessarily have anything to do with this crime scene. They don't have anything that we know of to do with the crime.
Right.
So this Chrysler 300 could have just been driving past that at that area at that particular time. Does that mean that Chrysler 300 or Elantra or whatever you are talking about has anything to do with the crime? I understand the Elantra, but the Chrysler 300, do you really think that could have just been somebody coming home, dropping somebody off?
Here's the significance of it. The significance of it is the Linda Lane footage shows that the PCA's description of vehicle movement was not Brian Kohberger's. In other words, it provides him with reasonable doubt. The idea that then they identified a 14 to 16 Elantra on Ridge Road separately, okay, then may in fact give him more alibi. That's why he keeps saying, my alibi is going to come from witness testimony from the prosecution, witness professionals. That's why I think people are not hearing what Anna's saying. Her case, his alibi, is going to be based off the professional expert testimony, okay, that's supplied by the prosecution. The point that I'm making with the cars is one point that's going to be made by her. Their own experts are going to confirm that Elantra on Queen Road is an 11 to 13, and they'll explain how they determined that. Watch. That's why there's no, I was at some store, I was sleeping. Everybody keeps screaming for an alibi, and I'm telling you, the alibi was always in here. And that's why Kohberger's attorney is saying, I really can't give you an alibi until I got all the expert testimony disclosed to me. Her expert testimony is to people that claim he was there, and their claims can be blown up on them. And that's how this is going to go.
Okay.
You see?
Well, I mean, I'm in the middle on this. You know that. I haven't really gone one way or the other. So I respect what you're saying. I respect what everybody's saying because, we're not trying to solve the crime. We're just giving what we see has been given to us and kind of interpreting it. Who's right, who's wrong? It really doesn't matter. We don't have a dog in the fight, honestly.
We know the Elantra was identified by the Ridge Road camera by Ann's discovery filings, where she had stated that the identification of the 14 to 16 Hyundai Elantra was made on Ridge Road going the wrong way at the wrong time. Ann Taylor made that statement in a filing. And that's why, if you think about what I'm saying, just be fair. If the defense keeps saying that their alibi is dependent upon the professional test or the expert testimony from the prosecution, explain to me how my understanding of what she's saying is inaccurate. There's no other way to define it. So knowing that car, you could take two different cars, two different locations, two different identifications, that coincidentally, the only part that screws it up is that they were both Elantras, right?
And you think that's where the conspiracy comes from, is the fact that for whatever reason, these two cars were seen at the same time at the same night.
Let's say that that's what happened, right? Let's say that car in Linda Lane that comes up Queen Road and passes the crime scene which there's no way anybody can argue that the police would not be interested in that vehicle. That vehicle comes across. Does it not drive past the murder scene? Yes. Doesn't it go turn around and go back and drive out of there? Yes. They're claiming that's Koberger in the PCA. What I'm telling you is that that vehicle was identified by the FBI as the 11 to 13. They're wrong in the PCA. And this is what Anna's going to show. When she says that they found a 14 to 16 on Ridge Road going the wrong way at the wrong time is further confirmation that a 14 to 16 Elantra did not drive by 1120 Queen Road.
Okay, so I pulled up the map. Y'all see the map?
Yeah.
We have a new person in here, PKC. We'll answer your question here in a minute, the best we can. Why is she waiting for more video if it's already identified on Ridge Road? We'll answer that here in a second if we can. An alibi that comes so late in the process to me seems like a manufactured alibi. You show
Can I
me.
respond to that? Listen. She said this in the very beginning when they asked for an alibi. Her alibi is going to be highly dependent upon the expert testimony. That was the first reply she ever made in the demand for an alibi. She's not changed her tune at all. She's still making that argument.
Okay, let's look at this map. Okay, so the car was going the wrong way on Ridge Road. The wrong way.
At the wrong time. Yeah.
Okay, so that, just based on wording, the wrong way would be going west.
Away from the house.
No, it'd be going, the right way would be going away from the house.
Why would that be the right way if you're not involved?
Okay, is this a one-way street?
I don't know.
I think it is. I think it's a one-way street. So,
but Ridge Road, you got to take Walenta Drive. That turns into Ridge Road.
Yes, there's Walenta right here. Mm-hmm. So Walenta is right here. This is fucked up the way they do all these roads here. This is Walenta, then it's Ridge Road. And then it goes back to Walenta. I mean, it just fucked. But that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, it does. It's got the two roads and one straight strip of road, right?
Yeah.
One continuous path of road has two names.
Name. They call it a different name.
Yeah.
So if you're going the wrong way at the wrong time, so basically it would say, at this time, this individual's car was caught right here. There's a camera right here on one of these houses.
Right, and they
captured. I think it captured him coming up right here, turning off of Walenta, going up on Ridge Road. I think it's one of these houses that caught the car, if I remember correctly. Okay. So if he's going the wrong way during the commission of the crime, what the fuck was he doing? Was he already over here during the time?
No, let's remember. Wait, remember, Brian Koberger the police have already shown us that he's done this drive 12 times previous. And one of those times while not connected to the network. Okay. So we know that he has this habit of driving late at night. Now you can call that stalking to plan a mass murder. And in fact, we don't know if you're right or wrong, but you could call it that, or you could call it a guy with insomnia. Right?
But look at this way. I mean, we're strictly just going on our own intellect right now. So what are the fucking odds that, excuse my language, but what are the odds of you choosing to drive around 12 times in this particular area? What did he know that was over here? Like, if I'm
over 5 months, this is over a 5-month period of time.
Right. So if I'm driving around in this town, there has to be something there that I can identify as a physical reason for me to even be there in the first place. Is it the university? Is the fact that, there's a lot of parties going on? It's a good area to look at stuff. You're going to see some pretty women. You know what I'm saying? There has to be something for me to take this route. Why wouldn't I be down here south of this and going down Caristoga Drive or down here?
Can I just say, let me I'm a car guy. I'm a car guy and I drive a lot. And I drive down the same areas, different times, but many times I'll go in the same area many times in a row. And then I'll go in a different area. But here's the point. I always go in the same different areas. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you something could happen while I'm cruising around at night, and they could say it was that or it was a white car, and I had a white Corvette, right? You could have mistaken it for me. Didn't mean it was me.
Right.
But my point is that driving is not an act of criminal. It's not wrong. It's not unusual.
Of
It
course.
is what people do, right?
But my whole point is this: is at the time of a crime, of a quadruple murder, you happen to have the same type car. You're driving around. You've been caught there 12 other times on your CAS data. If I've lived in other towns, so I usually drive around those towns when I go and visit because it's something that reminds me of something else. Like I used to live here. I used to bang this girl that lived in this house. I used to, I
Yeah,
used to go to this
maybe he's
liquor
buying drugs
store.
over there. We know he was a heroin addict, but here's the point I'm trying to say is that he did it. We can't know why he did it until we do. It's an unknown quantity. We just know that he did. Right?
Right.
Now the police say that proves that he stalked them. And that's one possible, but that's a potential thing that could be true, right? There's 100 other reasons why he could have done it that could be equally true. Just not being able to sleep at night, and he just drove in these areas,
Right.
right? And that could be equally true as to the idea that he was stalking to set up a quadruple homicide.
Yes.
I
What we're
I
doing
just
is
don't.
asking. What we're doing is asking logical questions
Mhm.
rather than filling in the pieces we don't have. That's the difference between speculating and a hypothesis. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So we
I'm
don't.
enjoying what we're doing. Jeff says a report from an analyst for the FBI dated 3/21/23 showed the analyst heavily relying on a video of a car heading in the wrong direction at the wrong time on Ridge Road. Translate this face. I don't know what you mean by translate.
Yeah.
Happened to only have one license plate. Maybe the skid marks in front of the house will help investigators.
Yeah. That
Distance
stuff ended up
between the
being.
tires. Maybe they can take rubber
Yeah,
samples.
but you took pictures of tire samples, and the guy drove 2,500 miles on those tires. Can you match them up maybe from the width and maybe you can, but it's not conclusive at that point. That's what I'm saying. I don't see anything at this point that's conclusive. It's speculative. The police are saying that that's what it means, but in all fairness, like I did with you last night, if you take Koberger as an individual and just look at him as a person, knowing what we know, there's nothing in his makeup. And actually, there's things in his makeup that suggest he wouldn't be genocidal because he
Right.
was a heroin addict, a drug addict, which I had pointed out last night is the act of suicide.
Yes.
And suicide people may, in fact, shoot or do things to get their drugs. Okay, that I understand. But suicidal people generally don't become genocidal people, right? That they're just if they were genocidal, they probably wouldn't be addicts and doing the things addicts do. How many people are addicts that become serial killers? I don't know. I personally don't remember that being a big part of the narrative.
You're
of
right.
serial
You're right on all that. And talking
Right.
about substance abuse, I mean, that's my specialty. I'm curious to find out if he truly did relapse. Maybe those were the 12 times that he was over there. Maybe he was scoring from somewhere. Because what better way to get some good drugs than to go to the campus? You're going to get good shit, I
Right.
mean, I'm curious to know when the trial comes if he relapsed, if he truly
Right.
did relapse,
And that would be then you would have some over 5-month period he was found driving that a similar route at similar time. Okay?
Yes.
So
I
if
mean, would
there
that
is a
make
drug issue here, if there's a drug issue here, that will be an explanation we'll find out when we find out, right?
Of course,
Yeah.
because that could be very feasible. Look, I relapsed. I was going through a bad time. Didn't know nobody. Um, Antisocial as fuck, except for the people I chose to talk to. I got turned on to some good shit. I couldn't stop it.
Right.
I've been over there. Hey, he did say the shopping is better in Moscow. Did he mean? Here I go. Did he mean that the drugs are better in Moscow? I mean, you never know how people slang is these days. You know what I mean? That could be a code, but it could not be a code. It could be nothing that the fucking Dairy Queen served a better burger than they do in Pullman. You know, it's really obsolete, right?
Yeah. And when it comes to that report from an analyst dated 3/21/23, she's relating to a video that would be connected to the crime, the date of the crime, the time of the crime. So when she says that it was heading the wrong way at the wrong time on Ridge Road, she means the night of the crime. There's no other way to understand that. And the fact the report was finally given to her 3/21/23, right? We're that was months after the initial crime.
Yes.
So
Pretty
it
much,
is what I've
pretty
said
much.
it is the whole time. That explains itself. I don't know why that needs to be deciphered. What needs to be deciphered there?
The fact that he was going the wrong way.
I don't know what. No, but to me, this is a fact that is actually supportive of Koberger in that
Right.
she's
So
stating,
is that something the defense is trying to use as a counter argument that this could not have been him because he was going the wrong
Of
way?
course it is. Of course it is. They're saying that the car that the FBI analyst identified, he relied on a photograph, a video from Ridge Road. Okay. The crime didn't happen on Ridge Road. It happened on Queen Road.
Right.
Okay. So sure. That would be an argument that it's not my guy. You got the wrong guy. You identified a car in that area. Now, like I said before, even if Koberger decides to admit that was him driving, how does that hurt him? It establishes an alibi that I was driving around. And again, the police proved that because they identified me at the wrong time at the wrong road.
I believe if they're going to tear down this alibi, they're going to say, well, what kept you, how do you know this area so well? If your phone was off, have you been here 11 other times? How do you know this area so well? What were you doing at this time just driving
He doesn't
around?
have to answer those questions. He's innocent.
He doesn't have to?
No, he's innocent until proven guilty. He's under no
Well,
obligation
I'm
to explain
saying once
himself.
he goes to trial.
No, even at trial, he doesn't need to explain himself. He doesn't need to get up there and tell you people what he was doing those 12 separate things. None of your business. This is America, man.
Okay.
That's the right the right to the accused does not have to testify.
Well,
And you're not
hey, I haven't reached that part of the
okay.
court
Yeah,
process.
and I'm a
criminal
little
justice
intense, so
code.
I got to calm down a little bit.
I was
But
just asking. I didn't know if he would be asked like that or how they would ask that question.
No, here's how this will get understood. Ann Taylor will question the cast. She'll question the video analysis. She'll question the FBI automobile expert. And she'll establish that those facts do not place Brian Koberger at the scene of the crime. Their own facts will be the facts she uses to shoot down Brian Koberger's guilt. That's what I'm pointing out.
Okay.
And that was
See,
one
I
of the
can dig.
things.
I can dig that. I don't know everything. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty certain that I've seen when they ask questions, it's open ended where there's only one answer.
Right.
They're trying to show the consistency of your testimony versus there's holes in your testimony. Well,
See, I
tell
want to
me
say
about these holes. Tell me about these times.
Can I
or
see what Jeff H just said?
what do you say?
No, just read that quick, and then I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay, it says, I'm cool with BK enjoying driving around, but what about when he stopped driving for 13 minutes, right around the time of Xana's last sign of life?
Okay, here's a question I have for you. Wait.
Okay.
Other than Jeff saying that, where have you seen that factually placed for us to know that it's true? Where has it shown us that he stopped for 13 minutes? We know that he was not caught on his cell phone for more than 2 hours, or at least 2 hours from before the crime and after the crime. There was no cell phone connection between him and the network. We also know that there were no pictures of him, okay, until after the crime of his car. So in other words, Mr. Koberger was untrackable during this period of time. So where does Jeff come up with this idea that he has proof that Koberger parked for 13 minutes and that particular parking time that he did was at the time of Xana's last sign of life? That's a BS statement. There's no evidence to support that. That's Jeff saying it.
I don't know if
no, there's no document to say that.
That isn't the 13 minutes that you've spoke of whenever his phone comes on at Blaine.
No.
No, that's not
His
what.
phone goes off from 2:47 a.m. to 4:48 a.m. Okay? There is no statement in any document that's ever been placed in the news or anywhere that says Kohlberger's was tracked with being parked for 13 minutes. There's nothing saying that they have a parked vehicle for 13 minutes. There's nothing saying they have a phone that was off for 13 minutes and came back on. That whole statement is made up by Jeff. Where he comes up with that, I don't know. But I do know there
Well,
is
Jeff,
no
can you
actual-
answer that in the chat as
Yeah.
little as you can with the? Let's see. It says the light bulb camera sees all that come into that dead end cul-de-sac of a neighborhood and all
Right.
that
And-
leave, and how long they stay. 13 minutes, in my opinion.
Right. And that
But
Linda
where are
Lane
you
camera,
getting the 13 minutes? I think is what he's
he's
asking.
claiming that the car in that neighborhood is Kohlberger's car. So his unwillingness to accept what the police told us as fact, he's conflated that to mean that that was Kohlberger's car, not just an 11 to 13 Elantra, and that car stopped for 13 minutes, and that proves Kohlberger stopped for 13 minutes. So his
So
opinion
is this during the last part of the crime, or is it during the
No.
crime? Is he saying the 13 minutes is the 13 minutes it took to commit the crime? Is that what you're
What
saying?
he's saying is those 13 minutes are the 13 minutes in the Linda Lane video. That the Elantra in the Linda Lane video is Brian Kohlberger, and that 13-minute time period is the time that car was there. That's what he's saying. That's how he's coming to this conclusion. So his difference of opinion on as to whether the Kohlberger's car was on that street or not. That's where the difference of opinion comes in.
Right, and I like how you worded that. Difference of opinion. I like that.
Right.
We all we do have difference of opinions. We see the car drive by Linda Lane camera
Yeah.
at 4:07:30, and
We
we
see
hear
a
car
car.
leave,
We
and
see
we
a
hear
car.
a car leave like a bank robber at 4:21:19.
Right.
Xana's last sign of life is 4:12.
So can I just show you something real quick? Can I just
Sure.
show you? Look.
Sure.
Take that information and then go back to Ann's talk about Ridge Road. Ann Taylor and nobody has said that they identified Kohlberger's car on Ridge Road. The police have never said that, or I'm sorry, the police have never said they identified Brian Kohlberger's car on Linda Lane or Queen Road. They've never said that. Nobody has said that, except they imply it in that PCA. They claim that that's Kohlberger's car, but there's nothing that identified Kohlberger's car except for the images on Ridge Road. That's why I'm saying what Jeff keeps sticking on is that being Kohlberger. It can't be Kohlberger because none of the information given shows it to be Kohlberger. It contradicts it. The police's own paperwork contradicts that. Their own video, if that Linda Lane video is right, that get a clue is absolutely correct in his assessment of what those vehicles are.
Well, I wouldn't defend or go the other way against Ann. I would just say, though, in court, you are subject to perjury if you lie. If you embellish evidence or whatever. I mean, I would think that you would be charged with contempt.
Can
or
I just
something.
say this is kind of why I kind of butt heads with this guy. He's always got to be like Ann's words gospel, I guess. No, it's not Ann's words are gospel. Ann's words are the only available facts, and until they're contradicted, you have to accept them as that. Right? That's exactly what they did when they wrote up the warrant for the guy. The judge accepted them as facts. They threw his ass in jail. Right? Now we have to determine if the facts are accurate. My point is, when all you have is information, 1, 2, 3, you have to accept it at face value. Right?
Right.
That's all you got. Does that mean it's never going to change? No. Does that mean that your interpretation of the fact can't be wrong? No. But it doesn't mean you need to throw that nonsense out like Ann's some kind of God in our eyes. That's got nothing to do with it. It's like a side chat slander that shouldn't even be spoken.
Well, that's a good question, Jeff. I mean, I like how you worded that. You said you still don't understand what is meant by going the wrong way on Ridge Road. What do you mean by that? Well, I guess they were, if I was going to speculate, that they were meaning that the Elantra that was there during that time of the crime wouldn't have been going that direction. It would have been the other direction that they saw on the camera or wherever. I could be wrong. I mean, I'm no expert.
Well, I suspect they're saying that there's a 14 to 16 Elantra, whether Brian's in it or not, heading away from the crime scene. And that just can't be. Right? In other words, if that car's doing that, it can't be the one.
Was this placed in the PCA? I can't remember. It's getting late on my
No,
brain.
I'm sorry. This was a motion she filed. This is a motion.
Oh, okay. Okay. So this is what y'all are talking about. All right.
Yeah.
I'm
Anyway,
trying to
yeah,
understand. It's like, okay, well, I've heard this before, but I can't remember where I heard it. Going the wrong way
Right.
on Ridge Road.
At
That
the
would
wrong
mean
time.
that car is going the wrong way to implicate it in the crime.
Right.
I mean, if it was going the other direction during that time, well, hell, he's heading to the crime scene. I would,
Possibly, but if
yeah,
it's the wrong way at the wrong time, what if it's at 4:08 a.m. and they're saying the Elantra parked at 4:07 and 30 seconds, right? So if it's going the wrong way at the wrong time, that implies that it wasn't in that neighborhood during the time of that crime.
well,
But because they're-
like I said, Jeff, is that a one-way street though? Is Ridge Road one way or is it a two-way
no,
street?
it's a neighborhood street.
Well, I know it is, but is it one way?
No, it's both ways. It goes in north. It goes in both directions. And
Okay.
the only thing with it that's unusual is that it goes Walinta, Ridge, back to Walinta, and then it comes to a place where you got to get off. You got to turn right or left.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
that's
it's a
where
normal road.
he was
Yeah.
seen at the end of that road by that Exxon, supposedly, right? That's the car that they saw.
That's not the Ridge Road area we're talking about. Ridge Road
Okay.
is not far from the house from Queen Road. Ridge Road
Okay.
and Walinta Drive are relatively in that area. So going the wrong way would implicate the car going away from the crime scene. Now, let's say the car on Ridge Road was seen driving away from the crime scene at 4:15 a.m. Well, you're claiming the car at the crime scene didn't leave to 4:20. You see what she's saying? She's trying to imply here. This
Yeah.
car was going you identified an Elantra, 14 to 16 on Ridge Road the wrong way, heading away from the house at the wrong time. What time could be wrong? It would have to be a time that was consistent with that PCA's argument of the time of the crime.
Right.
Right.
I'm going to pull up the map. I'm going to pull up the map where it goes from Walinta right there and it heads into Ridge Road. Okay. I'm going to pull up that map.
Yeah.
I know y'all probably seen this 100 million times, but I'm a visual person. So I like to see stuff as y'all are talking about it. Excuse me if that's
Right.
kind of nerdy or whatever, but okay. Let's go ahead and look at the map. Can y'all see that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, Walinta, this is Walinta coming up from Queen Road is back here.
Yeah.
Okay. Taylor. Taylor and all those roads.
Yeah.
Okay, you're right there at the intersection. Walinta goes this way. So supposedly he made a left right here on Walinta heading towards Ridge Road. And what we see here is there's a house there. There's a house there.
There's a camera on a house somebody had already done all this.
Yeah, this one right here that's blurred out supposedly is a
now Ridge Road. Now,
yeah, this is the camera that supposedly caught him coming up Walinta right here.
Going the wrong way at the wrong time.
Okay. So if this is the house that caught him going the wrong way at the wrong time, so he's rounding this turn right here, and it goes back to Walinta. So this Ridge Road isn't very long.
No, it's just a brief pause of a road.
You see that? Here's the turn. Here's the turn right here, and then it goes into Ridge Road. And I guess this is the house that determines that because it's off from the rest of the houses, and then goes back to Walinta.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is they identified a 14 to 16 Elantra on that road at the wrong time. And what I'm also saying is when they identified the 11 to 13 and put out a bolo for their assistance, right? That they actually did identify the correct vehicle on Queen Road. There are two different car identifications here. Both of them are accurate. And this is why
at that time of night, they picked up his vehicle right here going the wrong way, which would have been this way.
Yep.
At the wrong time. So were the murders going on during that time?
It may in fact be.
Is that what they're saying?
No, we don't know exactly what she's saying, but there's not too many ways that it could go. Right?
Okay.
Why even bring that up? unless it has some relevance to the crime. And the crime's biggest relevance, so everybody can agree, we can agree on these 2 points. It's the electronics and the time. Those are the key elements of the crime. And your elements of that crime, if they're found to be inaccurate, then provide reasonable doubt that the accused was not involved. If his car was here at 4:15, then you cannot conclude he's guilty because the police allege the crime and the vehicle that was there drove away at 4:20.
Yeah.
This is what she's building, you see? That's why I said from the beginning, why I got involved was for every accusation the police have made, they've provided an explanation of reasonable doubt in everything they did.
That makes sense. I mean,
I don't think they did it.
I'm pretty sure that let's say that for just conversation value, okay? Let's say they say he's driving the wrong way at the wrong time.
Right.
The wrong time would have been, let's say he left his house at 3:32, or 2:40 something, right? He got to Moscow supposedly around 3 o'clock. He drove around for
Didn't he
30
turn his
minutes.
phone off at 2:57 or 2:52 a.m. and it stayed off until 4:47 or 4:48 a.m.?
Okay, so in your opinion, and Jeff, you can type this too if you want, and Sabrina, in your opinion, what time would the time frame would have been that they caught him here going the wrong way? If we're just, for the sake of discussion, what time would you say that would have been?
Yeah.
I'm curious. I just want to know.
No, he says he needs
Not
more
to
info.
say anybody's wrong or anybody's right. I just want, for the sake of discussion, what time do you think this wrong time was? No, just give me a time. If you can, if he got to Moscow, it takes about what, 7 to 8 minutes to get to
No, but
Moscow from, huh?
He won't entertain things out of his belief. He believes what he sees, and that's fine. But it's hard to have a discussion because they see it one way, and no matter what you show that could contradict that way, they'll never change their mind.
Well, I'm
That's
not
the
trying
problem
to
with believing.
contradict. I'm not trying to contradict. I just want to know what people's perception is of that
I know
statement.
what you're doing. I know.
Wrong time, wrong way. So I'm trying to build something here. Okay. Supposedly it takes what, 8 minutes to get to Moscow from Pullman? He supposedly went next to the police station, went all the way around. So let's say he left his house, what, 2:45, 2:30 something?
Right, but what are you trying to sort out? When he would have went by here?
Yes. What time was the wrong time that he went by here? Was it after the crime? Was it before the crime?
Or during the crime?
Or during the crime?
Right. And it may not even have had to been during the crime. You may have saw him at 4:06 a.m. And you can make the argument that the car that you guys are talking about parked at 4:07. It's not likely that he was able to turn around and go back there that quick. Or it could have been 4:09. So my point is, any time in connection with their actual written in stone timeline is a problem for the prosecution. Is that what she's referring to? I suspect so, but I have no way to prove it at this point. But it's a senseless fact to bring up unless it has a bearing on the case at hand. And lawyers never ask questions they don't have answers to. Just be aware of that. Any decent lawyer.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking this question is, just to show, because it is relative. It is relative because they said the car was heading the wrong way at the wrong time. So if you're using your intellect, the wrong time could be either before the crime, during the crime, or after the crime. Based on the proximity of the house.
Mm-hmm.
Would he have been there? We don't know this, but would he have been there in enough time to be going this direction after the crime was committed, during the crime was committed? Did they catch him on that camera? Let's say they caught him on that camera at 3:35. Okay.
Well, that's
Would
way
that
up
been
front,
huh?
That's way before the crime.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
It would be meaningless
So
to
would
even
that
point it
be
out.
that would be for the defense to say, well, look, our client was here at 3:35 heading the wrong way.
Yeah, but that would be a meaningless point. I don't know that that would help you because there's 35. You still got 25. So you got a half hour and 2 minutes to be able to get back to that house. See, here's what I want to say about and she's a decent lawyer. No lawyer will ask a question they don't know the answer to. They will not put a witness on the stand and ask them a random question. They just won't
Right,
do it.
exactly.
And when they file for documents, okay, and they're trying to build a case, you can kind of read what they're doing by what they're asking for and how they're asking for it. So you could actually, before the case ever goes to trial, have an understanding of the perspective of the defense's strategy, what they're going to do, what they're going to try to argue. And you can decipher that from their motions, right? That's your
Right.
only window in there. And you generally can come up with a really good concept of what their argument is. That's how I've come to where I say the argument will be their own work is going to be turned against them by Ann.
We're seeing the sheets for the defense.
Right.
Chances are she's going to try to disprove the fact that him driving the wrong way at the wrong time would place him anywhere near the proximity of the murders and the time frame that they occurred.
Yes.
Jeff, I don't think Sarge would yell at you. I think that this is just the way people talk. We are just, just having a discussion. He's not having to agree with everything I say because he's on my panel. He's free to have his thoughts just like you have your thoughts when you're up here, I believe that, we're having an adult conversation, and that's what I'm trying to see here is based on this one statement, she would be advocating for his freedom because his car is shown heading supposedly his car is heading the wrong direction at the wrong time.
Right. And I can't for the life of me, and I would be willing to accept another reasonable explanation for the defense making that statement because it serves no purpose except to suggest that Mr. Kohlberger couldn't have committed the crime at the times in the PCA because of this picture.
Do you mind
no
if
other reason to use that?
I'm going to bring Jeff up for a little bit. Is that all right, Sarge?
Oh, yeah, I guess. Yeah. Or we could actually, are you going to stream it or you want to do it like just on StreamYard?
I'm going to have him come up on panel.
Oh, boy.
Let's see. Here you go, Jeff. Here's the link. We will be respectful all the way around.
So that's what I mean. When a lawyer asks a question and prepares for a defense where they're going to try a case, everything Ann has tells us that it's the prosecution's own documents and their own case that she's going to use to exonerate her client. She's going to take the cast where she only has the summary. She'll show the inaccuracy of the cast, the inability to trace Mr. Kohlberger during that period of time. That now you can't put him in the house. Then she'll show the video footage of cars, a car similar to Mr. Kohlberger's that the police already identified as an 11 to 13. And then she'll show you this and say a car going the wrong way at the wrong time, which by the way is my client, and he could not have committed this crime. I suspect that's exactly how she's going to do this.
So the car that they saw going on this road was the 15 to 16, right?
14 to 16.
14 to 16.
Yes.
Okay. So that's building a case right there. It's a 14
she's using
to
this
16.
photograph, so it must mean something to her case, right?
Yes.
And the only thing it could mean, because she's the defense attorney, is to propose an argument that this shows he couldn't have been at the house when the crimes were committed. There's no other reason to point this out or to use this photo. It serves no purpose because this is just another photo of an Elantra in that neighborhood that they identified as 14 to 16. That's actually a bad thing for her client if this doesn't show him in a light that says he couldn't have done that. Do you follow me?
Yeah.
You would be hurting your client by bringing this up. You're just letting the public know there's more police footage of this guy in the neighborhood.
And you're right. It's a two-way street because there's a car going that way. So his car would have been turning right there, coming up the hill right here. And that would have been a perfect shot. I mean,
Yeah.
If that camera is really clear coming up this hill, no matter
Whammo.
wherever this camera is, it would have captured the
Right.
car.
Do you understand how I come to the conclusion what she's most likely going to do with this picture? Do you see how I got to that?
Yes,
I consider how it would be unimportant, and then if so, the unimportance of it would be it's just another photograph proving the police's case on location. You follow what I'm saying?
Yes, sir, I do.
And the
Hey,
fact
welcome,
that
Jeff.
she's treating it the other way tells me that what she's going to propose is this shows he couldn't have been at that house.
All right, welcome, Jeff.
Hey guys, sorry it took so long. I got a new mic box and I'm still getting used to it.
That's all right.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm not too loud, am I? I can bring it down.
No.
Okay.
I think we all talk a little loud. I don't really see that as, getting angry or getting upset. I just think that's just how we talk.
Yeah, no, and I was just kidding. I know that this is a very passionate case, and I know Sarge and I are there's certain issues that we're on different sides of things, and that's cool. We had a long, kind of a phone call kind of thing on what was it, Discord, and we've been through this, and so Sarge knows where I stand. I know where Sarge stands, and it's cool.
So what was what was your question and comment?
Well, I still feel like that wording is very just confusing. He's going the wrong way. Who's to determine he's going the wrong way? It's kind of like in the Lord of the Rings where he tells the wizard, he's like, "You're late." He's like, "No, I'm never late." The wizard arrives when he intends to arrive. How do we know he's not going in the direction he intended to be going? Who's to determine it's the wrong way?
It's kind of an easy thing to understand, though.
Not for me. You tell me, Sarge. Tell me. Wait. If you like that show, The Office, as if I were a child.
Listen, it's not rocket science.
It's needed.
The only wrong way is away from the house.
No, well, but if he's over here on Ridge Road going east in the wrong way, as they are claiming, and he does a U-turn right there and heads west, was he not going the wrong way? And then 3 seconds later, he's going the right way. But they wouldn't want to say that. They'd want to say just the part.
Jeff. You're creating a complete hypothetical that may not exist, and we won't know if it exists for a long time. And this is where you and I part ways. I don't accept anything beyond the fact. Anything.
And what Ann says is fact. Got you.
No.
Yes, that's what it is.
See, this is why I have a hard time talking to him. 12
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I have a hard time because you're not understanding. It's so simple. The fact is there's a photograph. The information that we can confirm is the photograph shows a 14 to 16 Elantra going the wrong way at the wrong time.
Where's this photograph you're talking about? What do you mean?
Let me finish.
Okay.
That's the only facts we have. Whether they're right or wrong will be determined. But taking them as the only facts we have and addressing them for only what they're worth, they do say something. All by themselves. I don't need to add U-turns. I don't need to add parachutes. I don't need to add ladders. Okay.
But PCA is less factual than Ann's words, is what you're saying. Ann's words are factual. PCA words are less factual.
It's got nothing to do with Ann Taylor. It's got nothing to do with Ann
But that's her phrase that he was going the wrong direction at the wrong time.
Your problem is with Ann Taylor. I'm looking at the facts. I don't care who gave them to me.
You're calling it facts because I'm saying it came from Ann Taylor. It came from Ann Taylor. She said the knife sheath was placed. Come on.
Okay, guys.
Okay, sorry.
This is what I want you to understand. You are both saying the same thing, basically at a different variable. You're saying that he could have made a U-turn. Well, if he made a U-turn, he would have been seen on camera making the U-turn. There was only one license.
No, maybe not. I don't discredit his statement, but it isn't part of the discussion because we don't have evidence of a U-turn.
Well, of course. Well, I'm just discussing it just to discuss. Okay. So if he makes the U-turn, then he didn't have the front license plate. He would have the back license plate. So therefore, they would have seen the back license plate. Is that another part?
Not necessarily, though. It's hard to see license plate on night vision cameras. Once they go into night mode, the license plates glow like they're nuclear.
See, here's where I jump ship is that there's no reason to have a discussion about a U-turn because there's nobody has brought up a U-turn except us. It's come up in here.
Okay, well, forget the U-turn. He's going the wrong speed. What if they said that? How do you determine that? Maybe that's the speed he chose to go.
They did not say that, did they?
But why? It's the same kind of phrase, isn't it? It's without detail.
Well, let's stick to the phrase that was spoken.
I know.
The
I mean,
car-
no,
But there's
the
no
car
detail.
was- okay, but the car was going the wrong way at the wrong time.
Their
Let's
opinion.
just stick. Well, let's just stick to what those words mean. The wrong way at the wrong time. She's trying to defend this client, and I understand people have their definitions of whether he's guilty or whether he's not. We did a video on that, Jeff. Remember?
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter what people think, whether he's guilty or whether he's not. If you stick to the facts, we just stick to the facts. He was going the wrong way at the wrong time. So if he was going the wrong way, there's no way he could have committed this crime because it was the wrong time.
I don't understand what the phrase means completely, so I can't say that, to be honest.
Well, I mean, that's
you're just
what do you mean?
my interpretation.
What do you mean by frozen stock
understands
phase?
that-
What
Jeff-
do you mean by going the wrong way at the wrong time? What does that
Let me
mean?
finish. Jeff understands us explicitly. This guy understands everything.
No,
we're
it is
saying
bullshit. Sorry,
to
and I
the
don't cuss.
microscopic, and yet he decides to play this game with people.
Yeah,
This
this is
is
you
his
sound like
game,
so many
bro.
other YouTubers, Sergeant. They say, "Yeah, let's
I
throw
don't
him under
care
the
what you
bus."
say, I
His
sound like
opinion,
that.
he must be
You can
FBI or
listen,
something.
You can say
No.
whatever you want, Jeff. You could say whatever. Go back with your buddy John. But
This
here's
is
the
just
deal.
what I'm saying because this is what I believe,
You know
and you can.
exactly what those three words mean. No different
Okay,
than if I were to
guys,
share
okay,
them
No,
with
I
a
don't.
12-year-old.
I
Hey,
don't,
guys,
Sarge.
we're gonna stick to the
Yeah,
facts.
because I prefer not to talk to this jerk off. I really don't.
Well,
He is a total jerk off in the way he does that. He plays this game that he
No,
don't understand.
I have an opinion you don't agree with, and you
Then
hate me
he'll
for
go
it.
on to
What's the
explain to
problem?
you that he'll explain to you the
What is
intricacies of a rocket orbit, and then pretend he doesn't know what three words look like. Jeff, get the hell out.
All right, Ann Taylor's.
Okay, I'm gonna mute both of you for a second. Let you catch your breath. Because the reason that I brought Jeff up was to hear his discussion, whether we agree with it, whether we don't. It just disruptive when we're going back and forth, and especially when we start calling names and things of that nature. Let's just kind of stick to what we're going with for the sake of conversation. Jeff, if you don't understand it or if that's really your reality, we'll go with your reality. But at the same time, you have to be open to accept other people's opinions if they contradict with yours. You know that. So I will unmute you guys, but y'all can't talk over each other. Y'all have to listen to one another, even if you don't agree. We're all adults here. We're going to get to a common ground, which is whether we can see somebody else's side or whether we can't. It's legal jargon. So a lot of times when they put stuff like this in there, it's placed in that paperwork so that it causes confusion like this. One person might say, yeah, wrong time, wrong way. Okay, another person will say, well, what the hell does that mean? Does that mean that the individual was, is that your opinion that they were going the wrong way at the wrong time? Or is there supporting evidence that you have that we haven't been shown to support your statement? So let's try to be respectful. Let's not name call whoever. I got you both on my panel tonight. It doesn't matter to me where you've been, what your previous exposures to other panels. It doesn't matter. Both of you are very intellectual in my eyes, so I know that I can conversate with both of you by yourselves. So we should be able to be smart enough to conversate together. We all have that capability. So I'm unmuting you. Can I get a yes or a no?
I agree with you. It's, 12 gauge.
Okay.
Yeah, I can give softer answers that turn away wrath, as the good book says.
Listen, I have no interest in having the discussion. Let him speak, and when he's done, he's done.
Okay.
I've seen this before too.
Yeah.
Well, regardless, let's
Well, actually, 12 gauge. Why don't you explain it to me as you understand it? Because it's not, it can be me, might be me, or it might be the one who's trying to explain it and doesn't want to hear it through the ears of the person they're talking to. They're just like, I said it, you should understand it. Get out of here, kid. You bother me. So
well,
but if you can,
Sarge and I have had a conversation. We had a conversation yesterday, and both of us have a similar perception on evidence the way you and I have. So if you see it and it's told to you, then there's no interpretation for another avenue unless you create it. So if I tell you, Jeff, look, I saw you heading down, I don't know, a road in your county or whatever, but let's say I saw you heading down on 13 at the wrong time of day. So there's no way that you could have been involved with that traffic accident that happened 2 blocks over.
Because it's impossible to get to travel the distance in the time to be there. Is that what you mean?
No, the fact that your car was not on that road to be having that accident because you were heading in a different direction at the wrong time frame, meaning that that accident happened either during the time you were on that road, after the time you were on that road, or before the accident happened. There was 3 variations of you being at the wrong place at the wrong time. That's basically what she's saying. You're at the wrong place at the wrong time. There's no fucking way that you being on this road could have been the reason that this accident happened.
Well, I guess I would wonder, this is an FBI analyst video that she's claiming that the FBI analyst used this video to come to a different conclusion, I imagine, than what Ann Taylor has come to by saying you're going the wrong direction at the wrong time. Would the FBI analyst agree with that?
No, that you're misinterpreting the FBI's work. The FBI identified that vehicle, and that's all they did. They didn't do anything more than give an identification. And what she is saying is the video the FBI relied upon to identify the 2014 to 2016 Elantra is from Ridge Road of a car going the wrong way at the wrong time. She isn't saying anything about them confirming it was Koberger or nothing. She's just pointing out that they relied on a photograph of Ridge Road. That particular photograph got nothing to do with the crime.
So let's reset.
So they saw a car. They saw a 14 to 16 Elantra,
right,
going the wrong way at the wrong time. So we've in the PCA it says what, 407 to 417, 421, somewhere around there. Are we all in agreement with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So to say that they saw this Elantra during the crime or after the crime, I would be more based to think that that would be during or after. It wouldn't be before. It would be during or after the crime. Then this car there's no way that this car can be involved because it was going the wrong way during the time that these murders took place. No.
How about, can I read that sentence? Can I read that sentence from Ann just so we can reset?
Sure, go ahead.
A report from an analyst for the FBI dated 3/21/23 shows the analyst heavily relying on a video of a car heading in the wrong direction and at the wrong time on Ridge Road.
Right.
Okay, so based on what I just said, either during or after the crime, this is my perception that this car is going the wrong way at the wrong time. There's no way that this car, 14 to 16 Elantra, could be the car that they've identified was seen on the Queen Road camera.
Now, is there elsewhere in the comment from Ann, does it say
I'm not going on any of that. I'm going based on what you just read. Based on what you just read, you asked me to give you my interpretation. I'm giving you my interpretation. Based on what you just read, my interpretation is there's no way that this car right here that was seen on Ridge Road heading the wrong way at the wrong time could be placed on Queen Road at the time of whatever it is that they're looking for as a time frame. Whether it be the murder, whether it be before the murders, whether it be during the murders or after the murder, this car right here, in so many words, has been excluded from the scenario. That's basically what that says. This car is excluded because there's no way that whatever time frame they're discussing, they didn't put whatever, during, before, after, whatever. That's why it's so speculatory. But
it's speculatory too because she's dancing a fine line on disclosing information that she has a gag order on.
Yes, exactly.
So when she files these motions, she's got to tap dance a little bit to get around that so that because nobody's saying anything about Brian Kohlberger didn't. Where's the media saying he didn't do it? Where's the media saying maybe the police did this wrong? Or maybe when all those CSI workers went inside with windbreakers and no protection against contaminating a scene, maybe there's a problem with this collection of CSI. There's nobody saying anything on behalf of Kohlberger, right? So when this woman files a motion, she's not stupid. She runs the gambit and she crosses the lines there where she can. And when she says that they identified a vehicle going the wrong way at the wrong time, she's saying that the FBI's own work will exonerate my client. That's what I was saying earlier when I keep telling you. When Ann keeps arguing the alibi can only come through more discovery, when Ann said her alibi is going to be based on expert testimony, some of it from the prosecution, she's telling you that their cast, their video, their arguments of him stalking are, with their own work, provably wrong. That's her argument. It's very simple what she's doing.
So, Jeff, does that make sense a little more, or is it still clear as mud?
Well, I mean, it seems to me that they're just trying to cast doubt on this FBI analyst, because it sounds like it's one report. It's a report from an analyst for the FBI dated 3/21, shows the analyst, and here's some very clever, interesting words, shows the analyst heavily relying on a video, not completely relying on it, heavily relying on a video of a car headed, in their opinion, in the wrong direction, in their opinion, at the wrong time. That's all up to them as to how they determine what they believe is the wrong time in the wrong direction. I mean, that's a small little neighborhood. You can do a U-turn and go east, and then you can go west within less than minutes.
I understand
what you're saying. There's no doubt that you're right on that argument, but what we're pointing out is there is no evidence that happened with this particular car, with this particular analyst, with this particular statement. That's all we're pointing out.
All visual.
Somehow you think that makes us Ant fans, when in fact all we're saying is those are the facts we have available. And if we try to make sense of them, the only sensible reason a defense attorney would bring this car up, because by bringing up another image of his car in that neighborhood will hurt Brian. It won't help him. So why would she bring this up and then make? Come on,
it's a statement that's going to call into question. Do you believe the FBI analyst, or do you believe Ann? That's as simple as that.
No, it's going to be. She's going to tell you, believe what you're seeing. The FBI analyst is completely correct. That is a 14 to 16 Elantra. That is Brian in that car. You watch what she claims, because the FBI analyst identifies that car, okay, and relied heavily upon it. If she can establish that was her client in that car and that particular time going the wrong way during the time of the crime, Jeff, it's over.
But look at this.
You're not really following what we're showing you.
You're basically saying almost the same thing. But look at this, Jeff. Here's the house right here. It's not blurred. Mm-hmm. Here's the circular driveway. Here's the old Queen or King Road house. So at this time, when this camera caught this car heading the wrong way at the wrong time, that means somewhere else on footage, they have to have had the other Elantra or another car that they feel is the murderer's car, which would have been what, the 13 or the 11 to the 13?
Correct.
No.
So they would have had. I'm theorizing here, or hypothesizing.
No, you're interpreting the facts. You're just interpreting differently than people have actually looked at them.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, this car right here that they saw going the wrong way at the wrong time.
Right.
Supposedly, there's going to be another freaking Elantra going over here.
4:07 a.m. 4:07 and 30 seconds.
Right here.
Elantra parks over in that area.
Yeah, the one that you showed, Jeff. The one that you showed on your video. That
right. They're going to claim with the Ridge Road that the 14 to 16 is Brian Kohlberger, and that I guarantee you the time that they're going to argue that FBI analyst decided that car was at is going to be during the time of the crime.
Well, how do we know, though? How do we know, though?
We don't, but it's the most logical argument with.
No, I didn't finish my sentence. How do we know, though, that they don't have video of the car going east on Walenta, and they know that in order to get back into the Queen Road area takes a certain amount of time? And had he been continuing east, he wouldn't have made it back in time. But if he did a U-turn right there and then headed west, he would end up back in time.
So if they
but they're not going to
4:06 a.m. It gives them a minute.
We don't
and a
know
half
the
to-
time. Why are you saying times when we don't know the times? That because they didn't say the times on Ridge Road. They said just
No,
wrong
but
direction,
they
wrong
said-
time.
Wrong
they
way,
said the
wrong time.
But they said over here.
You didn't hear my example at all. I don't think.
He did. I believe that your example is this right here. Instead of going this way where they say wrong time, wrong way, he busted a U and came back.
Right, and got there in time to be caught on
Uh,
camera.
But at what time do you speculate he was seen on camera? Right here?
Well, he's
or right here?
but I
Would
mean
you
that's
say-
all speculation because I believe he's
but
seen
go
on
with
camera
an
5 times.
hey, but go with an educated guess. You're a smart man.
It could
Jeff.
be they could be referring to any one of those 5 times that he's seen in that area.
Okay, so based on what you're saying, if they're saying wrong way, wrong time, then they would have seen him turn around in this because this is the house with the camera. So this camera,
Well, we assume it's got a camera only because
Well-
it says video. There's a camera somewhere on Ridge Road. I
yeah,
would imagine,
there's somewhere
based on that
on
statement.
There's only a couple of houses there that could get the image.
Yeah, but there's only it starts right here and it ends right here before it
Right.
goes
So it's
to
real short. Yeah.
Valenta. So it's one of these houses that caught this car. If it
3
wasn't
houses,
this one,
right?
if it wasn't this one, then it could have been this one. So he could have busted a UE right there.
He could have busted a U8 the next driveway, but
Yeah, or
But I
in
just-
the middle of Ridge Road. In the middle of
Right.
Ridge Road. Who gives a fuck? It
he
was
could have
what,
turned around
three-
anywhere. Yeah.
It was
But what I'm
3
saying
in
is,
the
if he
morning.
continued going east, he'd never make it back in time. But
No,
if he
because
if he
there's a
pulled a
long
UE,
way.
he would be going the other direction and make it in time. But if you
But
only talk about the first part where he's headed east, then you can make a statement like that. He's going the wrong
But she's
direction
not-
at the
but
wrong
she's
time.
not
Right,
gonna
but you're
she's not gonna say the rest of what you said because
no, she wouldn't
that
even
would
say the
put
first
her
part.
client going and heading to do the murders. That's what you
But listen, the whole statement that we're reviewing wouldn't exist if there was video evidence showing that he did a U-turn and headed back towards the crime scene. There's no way that lawyer, I don't care if her name is Barney Fife, would put this particular thing in writing to a court, placing her client right there, knowing that there's another video of him doing a U-turn going back the other way. There's no lawyer on the face of the earth that could be that. Well, there is the guy that did the Kansas City. There is a lawyer on earth that would do that, but I don't suspect it's the public defender named Ann Taylor. Okay.
Well, I mean, she's convinced a juror named Sergeant Friday, so I mean, she
No, I
knows what
think-
she's doing.
I think 12 Gauge is laughing because he sees the sense in what I'm saying, don't you? It's
I'm
pure
laughing
common
because of
sense.
the name that you gave the lawyer. I was thinking Thaddeus from To Kill a Mockingbird. Isn't that his name?
No, what was that lawyer in the Kansas City that kept telling a different story about the guy that
Oh
survived? in the
yeah,
house?
he was shady. He was shady.
Imagine that guy being. You wouldn't even want him to close a real estate deal.
Jeff.
Hell no.
Hey Jeff, what we're all saying is, what you're saying is, if you were going to say that your client was guilty, let's say you're the defense lawyer, okay?
Mhm.
Would you bring up this other argument that he could have busted a UE and gone that direction if you were trying to defend him and not
Would
give
you-
him the death penalty? Or would you say, hey, my client's going the wrong way at the wrong time. There's no fucking way that you can say that that's my client's car because he's on another road far away from the crime scene. There's no way that y'all don't even have him on video on that street because
Yeah,
it's a
yeah,
different
it's-
car. It's a
It's
different
common
car.
sense, 12 Gauge. That attorney would never have brought this point up, and I think Jeff can concede that point if he calms down.
No,
There's
no,
no
Sarge,
way
just
to
allow me
block
to
that.
believe what I believe. I have never met
I
somebody
don't-
that is like, you cannot believe that, Jeff. I don't. You are not allowed to
It's
believe what
not
you
that-
believe,
it's
Jeff.
not that I don't believe in information. I believe in fact. I don't believe in fact even. I take the facts as they are and accept them to be what they are.
Well,
and they can
all I'm
change.
saying is
Listen, they can change. If there's a video that shows a U-turn, they can change. But until a video that shows a U-turn exists, that conversation is moot. It doesn't
Let's say
apply
this.
to the statement.
Hey,
Okay?
you're both able to believe what you want to believe. I want to.
I don't believe it. I just read it.
I just
I
don't
wanna-
criticize him for his. I mean,
Hey, I want to bring up something. I want y'all to look at the map, okay? Just out of
Yeah.
different conversation. How easy would it have been had this road right here kept going through this area right here?
Yeah,
to
it
Walnut?
doesn't, though.
There wouldn't have
Yeah.
been a house there, or this road right here, Instead of building this damn house at the end and closing it off, they would have just came all the way. The killer could have went up Walenta around like this, done the crime, parked right there, and hauled ass and never been seen.
Right, but they did that. To stop, they did that to stop that neighborhood from being a shortcut from people on Walenta, from cutting through. Right.
Yeah, but I mean, if it would have been that way, the Ridge Road would have caught. I mean, my whole thing in this whole case is there's a lot of video evidence that we haven't seen. There's a lot of things that we have not been pertinent to because of the fucking gag order. If they would have never put the gag order, we would have been able to see exactly what they saw on Ridge Road. They would have put out there, hey, this is the image that, or this is the video that the FBI agent was addressing. We would have seen whether he was coming.
And this is the time that he looked. This is the time that car was there, based on his assessment, right?
And he would have been guilty in the public eye way before our theories or speculations or whatever. He would have been guilty in the public eye. Maybe the gag order was to give this client a fair trial. Honestly, like they've said, they want a fair trial because they want the facts to speak for themselves rather than the visual evidence until it's time to show it.
Yeah,
because there's going to be people that are still going to say that he was on Ridge Road, but what if he busted a U-turn? They didn't show that.
What do you think they mean? If you were to could add more detail, do you believe that they think he was going east, which would be kind of going to the right, east on Ridge Road?
Yes,
that's in that. So east. We defined east as the wrong direction.
Yes. So
now look, if you zoom out and look at the bottom of the map, what if he made a right turn at Chinook? See, Chinook Street is the very next street.
Well, of course, but they didn't say that in the wherever the PCA or whatever. They said he went all the way down to Walenta, down to Paradise Road, all the way until he hit what 98 or whatever, this area, Palouse.
So maybe
he's making a guess though, and he says it in the PCA.
Hey, look at this. Hey, look at this one. This is what the whole case is making us look like.
Good one. Good one. Without balls.
Yeah, without balls.
So here's what he says in the PCA. So 3 passes by King Road residents and then leave via Walenta Drive. Now here's where it sounds like he's just making a guess. Based off of my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this. No, wait, that's not the thing I was thinking of. I think he makes a guess of which way he exited the whole neighborhood.
Right, because they lose him on camera now. They don't pick him up on camera now.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. I believe that suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River Drive
right here
is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington.
So he's saying that he went down Walenta, down Paradise, and then this way.
Let me see. Let me read it again.
And it sent him back home, but he didn't go back home. Apparently he went somewhere else, and they was found on a camera, the 700 block of Indian Hills. Right. His phone came back on hours later.
Well, no, Indian Hills, I think, was before the murders. That's I believe.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
but his big U-shaped drive that would cause him to appear to come from the west on cameras in his neighborhood, which is what I believe was the reason he did that. That was it. Yeah, that was later.
He went down Dick Drive. And then he ended up on Gay and
did you?
He actually got dicked.
That was the other
went
case.
Down 3rd Street and ended up at Gay Street. And now he's been dicked. Poor bastard.
I hope I don't get flagged for that.
And all he was doing was going out for a ride to get some heroin.
I have to bring some humor into it, guys. It's too serious. You know what I mean? It's a lot. It's a lot. And you're right to be questioning what you question. Your thoughts are valid. You know, But to a lot of people, when you hear certain things like that, you're like, well, are they just playing the devil's advocate or they really don't understand it? I could see both ways. But you know what? None of us really are prevalent to all the information. So our intellect has to tell us certain things. Like your intellect would say, okay, he could have busted a U there, he could have busted here, but they didn't say that.
But that's just speculation trying to make sense of what they mean by what they said.
Of course, of
Well,
course, of course.
The phrase is just without detail. It's without clarity.
But like I said, and you know, my word's not law. Wrong time, wrong way. This would tell
Yeah,
me
I
that
mean,
this car from year 11 or 15, 13 to
14.
16. Yeah, 13 to 14 was
14
caught
to
here.
16 there, buddy.
13 to 16 was going the wrong way. Okay, that's telling me in my mind, okay, there's no way this fucking car could have done it.
Yeah, and
So
can I
what?
just say that the argument about what time she's referring to is to me, can only be one time. Well, I mean,
No?
we're
Why is
talking
that?
about a crime with a specific wait, we're talking about a crime that has a very specific timeline. So when she says the wrong way at the wrong time, she can't be talking about next Tuesday or 2 o'clock the following day or 4 o'clock that next, you know what I'm saying? She's saying the wrong way at the wrong time. She's referring to something at a specific time, and she's representing the guy that supposedly killed someone from 4:07:30 and was out of the house and driving away by 4:20. That's her client. So when that woman says the wrong time, what other time could she be referring to? I don't get it.
The car goes by 5 times. It could be any one of those 5 times.
Well,
No, no crime happened the first 4 times.
Right, but if
Right.
she's saying the FBI analyst is relying heavily on video that he saw, I mean, the same thing is what I did with the gas station. You know, the gas station photo that was circulating, that was at 3:45 a.m. according to the computer screen that the woman took the picture of. And I was certain I could debunk that by looking at the timestamps on Linda Lane, saying, well, you can't be in 2 places at one time. So let's see what was happening. Is there enough time to get to that gas station and get back and still be seen on Linda Lane camera 5 times? And damn, if it's possible, it's completely possible with a few minutes to spare. So I couldn't debunk it because, you know, I was trying to make the statement that this car is the wrong time.
With a cell phone? You mean that one with the cell phone out a window? That picture?
No, that cell phone is taking a picture of a monitor, Sergeant Friday, a computer monitor.
Whatever it is.
There's 2 pictures. There's a picture of the play and the rewind and the fast forward buttons.
Well, let me ask y'all this, Jeff. You have a good point there. Let me ask you, because I'm building on what you're saying. Okay, this wrong car at the wrong time. Could this car have made it to that Exxon by 3:45? If so, the murder supposedly didn't happen. I believe the reasoning that they're building all this is to debunk the timeline. I believe that they're debunking the timeline based on the murders happening earlier in the night rather than later. Because in the PCA, it stated that, I mean, in the very beginning, they said 3 to 4. Remember that? They were saying 3 to 4. The coroner was saying somewhere early in the night. Okay, so that would have been 2 to 4. So I believe that they're saying this to debunk the timeline. Because if he was supposedly, if his car was going the wrong way at the wrong time, was he just getting into town or was he leaving town before the murder happened? If they're going with the 407 narrative, then if he was leaving town earlier than 407, there's no fucking way he could have done it. If he was leaving town before or between 2 and 4 o'clock and he didn't leave his house till 2:42, there's no way he could have fucking done it. That's not me saying he couldn't have done it. That's speculating the attorney's reasoning behind this whole thing.
Right, because he's not driving a DeLorean. We all understand.
Does that make
he's not a
sense
time
at
machine.
all? Does that make sense at all, Sergeant Friday?
Yeah, listen, I've been in so many court cases and defended myself, and you just don't put things out there that can be used against you, even if it's only possible. It's like why you don't put your client on the stand. So when an attorney makes a filing, they're not going to file and make a sensational headline with their filing in this kind of a horrific case. This isn't like a political case like Donald Trump arguing in Georgia or something. This is a serious issue. So the lawyers involved, when Ann asks for information or makes a clarifying point with that FBI agent and mentions time and place, and they're still asking him for an alibi, and her argument is my alibi is dependent upon the discovery, right? You have to realize what she's arguing. It's clear. Does that mean there's no video of a U-turn? No, it doesn't mean that. All I'm saying is that until that appears, we have to take what's in front of us. And her argument, and as far as I can see, and maybe you'll agree, 12 gauge, if what she's saying in that is what we're understanding, or we've deduced, then that's a strong argument to make in court for Brian Koberger. That this car on Ridge Road going the wrong way at the wrong time proves he wasn't there.
What we're doing right now is talking about the defensive side of it. We're not talking about prosecution. So we're talking about one side. So therefore, it's going to sound one-sided. He was out driving around. Okay, that's his alibi. And then the FBI agent says he caught video of him going the wrong way at the wrong time. Okay, there's another piece of the puzzle. So he's out driving around. We're admitting he's out driving around, but he's in the wrong fucking place at the wrong time. So there's no way that his car could have been the car that was seen. Whether that's true, whether that's not.
Right. She's going to argue that. That's her position.
She's going to argue it because that's trying to get her client off murder charges. Does that make
maybe
sense?
maybe the reason I see it the way I see it is because of the exercise I went through with the gas station. If you kind of for a moment call me an FBI analyst and I'm saying there's no way that gas station car is the one that we see on Linda Lane, it couldn't be in two places at one time. Lo and behold, I was wrong. People can be wrong, and I think think in this case Ann Taylor is wrong and the FBI analyst is right. I can't even say that because I don't even understand what Ann Taylor detail-wise is saying.
Jeff, because you missed the point. She's not going to argue that he is wrong. That's the whole point that you're missing. Ann Taylor's argument is that this man's identification is completely accurate. I agree with it.
No, but she's saying the FBI analyst is incorrect because the car is going the wrong way, whatever that means,
use the
at the wrong time.
She says the FBI analyst depends on heavily on a video of a car going. She never says he's incorrect. That's what you're missing.
That's her opinion that the car is headed in the wrong direction at the wrong time.
Well,
analyst, you think
if she saw that video, then she knows that it's heading the wrong way at the wrong time.
Right, but she probably. What if you see? What if you see the car? How do you determine it's the wrong time, though?
That's the wrong time that she wants him to be there. Like, would you want your client to be? Let's say, okay, he's heading the wrong way, but it was the right fucking time.
Right, because she wants a jury to think
it was 4:17 or 4:25. That would have given him perfect amount of time to get to that spot. Even though it's the wrong car years, it's still putting reasonable doubt that he could have been the killer.
The only thing I can figure is that she has calculated that had he continued easterly direction, he wouldn't make it back in time to be seen on the other camera that he's seen on. But that doesn't take into account. That's assuming which direction he went, what road he took.
But wait, you're eliminating the fact that her argument may in fact be at the wrong place at the wrong time means during the time that you outlined in the PCA. You're completely disallowing that.
Well, she doesn't mention the time though, so we don't know.
She wouldn't necessarily have to mention the exact time.
You know what's interesting though about the
discovery? Listen, she's filing a motion for discovery where all of this stuff is still incomplete. The video she said she's still waiting for. They're trying to collate the sound. You just saw her in court. His alibi depends on their discovery. That's exactly what she's doing. And in this particular argument that she's putting forward, she's clearly saying that this car was in the wrong place, going the wrong way at the wrong time. Therefore, that FBI agent identified the right car. We agree with him. He is my alibi. That's why Brian Koberger isn't going to call witnesses for alibis. He's going to use the police themselves as his alibi. Yes, I drove in that area. They said 12 times. It could have been more. I drove in that area constantly. He's going to admit to that because that's.
So you're saying that the FBI analyst would agree with Ann and say, "Yep, you're right. I made a mistake.
It's he's going to say
he's going the wrong way, the wrong direction."
No, he's going to say that the car in that photo, is correct. I identified that car. That's the correct time. She's going to show the car going east or in the wrong direction, and then she's going to show the time that the FBI identified the car would mean that car couldn't have been at the crime scene. That's going to be her argument.
would only know it's going
let
in the
me
wrong
give you a
direction.
little. Let me give you another little piece of work here.
Oh,
And
it's
those
insane.
12 other times, okay, this individual, whoever it is, whoever the murderer is, but let's say Brian, for the sake of he's the one that's in jail right now for it, due to his pattern of living, he seemed very methodical. He seemed very perfectionistic. He seemed very,
Repetitive.
yeah, repetitive. So if he's seen there 12 other times, are they going to see him 11 times out of those, or 12 times out of 12 times on that fucking camera right there,
I don't
going
know.
that direction during that time frame? If
We don't
any of
know.
those times match up with whatever time they're trying to match it up to, see, she's trying to defend it. So I'm going to prosecution side right now. So I'm going, okay, well, these 12 times he'd been seen in that road at this time, okay, from 407 to 423, 4 of those times of those 12. Not saying that they're going to do that, but if that's the road that they're willing to take, then she's going to go counter that and be like, well, this particular time, that was the wrong car. You're looking for the 11 to the 13. So that's the wrong time. I'm not saying that he hasn't been there. I'm just saying that that particular night, he was going the wrong way at the wrong time in the wrong car. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's going to use their own accusations against them and their own evidence because Brian Kohlberger was driving around. They've already admitted to that. And that's why I'm deciphering what she's doing because of the events as they've taken place.
Okay.
When I read when I was told that when we first find out that he was driving around 12 times, you can go back to Dago's stream, I think it was, and I said instantly that's his alibi. Mr. Kohlberger's alibi is that he was driving around at night, and he constantly drove around at night for the 5 months he was there. That's a normal behavior for Kohlberger. And in fact, what did he come forward to say months later? That is his alibi. I was driving around. It wasn't a surprise to me because that's the only way he could fight this case, Jeff, is by some of the things I'm pointing out to you. There's no other way to fight it. Whether he did it or not, this is how he's going to fight this case.
Well, are we clear to kind of lay this horse to rest for a little bit? Because we're beating the shit out of it.
How about you? Well, you said 12 gauge. You said methodical. You know, one thing I'm noticing of the times that the car goes past the lane camera, 3:30, 10 minutes later, 9 minutes later, 3:39, then 3:56, 9 minutes later, again 4:05.
Yeah, that's
and then 40, and then 4:07, coming through at a much faster speed, like adrenaline's kicked in, and I've decided I'm going to do this thing. I'm cutting through this parking lot that I've just gone through 4 times, but I'm going at a fast speed because this is now the time to do it. And the thing is it's when we can see that, when we finally get to see that Linda Lane or light bulb camera, we'll see the car come in, and then we'll see that it stays in there, does not leave. But when it does, 4:21:19 a.m., it's leaving like it just robbed a bank. And that's right around the time, of Xana's last sign of life. It's like, is it any wonder the police wanted to talk to the occupants of this Hyundai Elantra? I mean, it's like you were right there, right at the time, and you're acting, you didn't tell the public that. You were acting very strange how you drove kind of slow the other times. You even did a U-turn at the back and thankfully gave us a great side view of the window that shows that, you're either an Elantra or you're a Tesla that's been squashed in the top based on my opinions of doing the overlay,
or Prius or Focus or
there's 5 body styles that mimic that from
well, not those side windows though.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna follow you with that. Okay, so he's hauling ass at, what'd you say, 425?
So 4:21:19.
4:21:19. He's hauling ass out of there. So he goes down Walenta. He goes to the left or to the right on the map, and he's caught on that camera. Would that be the wrong time because it's the wrong car, or is it the wrong time because maybe there was another car seen?
Well, the interesting thing is that I think the PCA came out before the Linda Lane footage was leaked, right? If I remember right. So the Linda Lane footage could have easily shown that the PCA was full of crap with their timestamps, but it corroborates the timestamps in the PCA. The car is mentioned in the PCA 329. On Linda Lane, it's 330.
But I
Then
believe
it's
this. I believe this.
404 on the PCA, and then it's 405 on Linda Lane.
Right.
I mean, it's
Right.
just it's a minute later. They could this could have what I'm saying is that the Linda Lane footage could have shown everybody these cops are lying. They placed the knife sheath. This PCA is crap. These times are made up.
That's where I'm going with this.
Yeah, but I don't think the cops
I'm
did
going
any of
with
that.
this. I'm going with this in a different area. Okay.
Okay.
I believe that when the cops said 11 to 13, they got it right. It's not only okay. That car they found in Washington. What year was that? The
That
one
was
that
an
was
11 to
wrecked.
13, the one that was smashed.
Yeah.
I think that was a 13.
Okay.
Let me
So
check.
so once they found that car, everybody was like, "Oh hell, they found the car! They found the car!" Everybody was up in arms about finding the car. Not only until they did that video of him being pulled over by the female cop, did people start saying, "Hey, that's not an 11 to 13. That's a newer model. That's the newer model." So all of a sudden, people start doubting the cops and saying that the cops got it wrong.
Right.
Why? Because they wanted to put that this car was the car.
Right.
They didn't want to hear anything else. They didn't want to hear, okay, the 11 to 13 was the correct year because that's what was seen on the camera. That's what the police said. No, they wanted to see, they wanted in their mind to this plus this equals this. So this time frame plus this car equals Koberger.
Right.
And people have been pushing that narrative forever now. They've been putting all kinds of stuff. The MPD's corrupt, the Brady Giglio, all this stuff. They've been pushing a narrative that the police planted the sheath. They've
Yeah, I
been
don't believe
pushing
that
a
at all.
narrative that this happened and that happened. That it must have been a conspiracy, an inside job to frame Mr. Koberger because he found something in the computers at the MPD that they didn't want him to find. So therefore they wanted to set him up. He argued with the professor, so the professor must have had beef with him. So he helped set him up. The delivery driver, Grower, Goer, or whatever.
Well, none of us believe any of that. I don't suspect. I definitely don't believe any of that stuff.
I don't either. I'm putting all this together for you. I'm giving you the puzzle pieces. Goer or Grower, he was the delivery driver, or the rideshare driver. So he definitely gave him Koberger's name. So therefore, there's another puzzle piece that shows he's guilty. While all this is going on, people are not focusing on the facts. The facts that the police have given, the motions, this, that, and the other. I'm not one sided or the other. I can't really make up my mind because my mind doesn't work like that. As a therapist, I'm objective to everything that I hear. So I can see your point, I can see your point. And at the end of the day, I put everything together. I hate that fucking statement. I don't know why I said that. At the end of everything, I put the evidence in front of me and I make my own decision based on my intellect, on what I'm seeing, what I'm hearing. And at this point, I see both of your cases. I really do. I believe that they caught the wrong car at the wrong time because that was Koberger. I believe that the car that they saw on Queen Road on the light bulb cam was also an Elantra, or it was a different style car and they got it wrong. But chances are they didn't get it wrong. Chances are that was an Elantra from 1113. Was the car that they found in Washington wrecked? Was that the potential car? Could have been. Another thing, Koberger's car didn't have tinted windows. The car that they found, that they saw as an example on the Exxon cam, had tinted windows, supposedly. I'm not going on based on what I'm speculating I see. I'm going on what I see in the picture. And those windows are dark. I know the difference between tinted windows and not tinted windows, even at nighttime. So do you get what I'm saying here? Is this clear as mud?
Yeah. And actually, it definitely is a 2013 they found in Oregon. I just checked the VIN number and updated my notes. I can't believe I didn't put that in the notes.
You know what I think happened here? I don't think that there's any intentional nefarious act on an agency during the leading up to that arrest. I think the problem we are having now is, in all fairness, if Ann's arguments and motions as we're seeing them, if that case holds water, then they should let this kid go. If it doesn't hold water, if they have evidence to contradict just the motions and the data that we've seen, just that, then lock this kid up for life. I highly suspect, though, that everything I've watched her do is consistent with going to use the police own information against the police. Police do get it wrong sometimes. It doesn't mean they're criminal. CSI workers get it wrong sometimes. Labs do sometimes. There's just 3,000 DNA samples up in Colorado are being all withdrawn and withdrawn. My point is, the time will figure out what's right or wrong. I just don't want to make assumptions that he's innocent by saying, I know he drove that way. I don't know he continued down Ridge Road. I don't know the exact answer, but what I do suspect, based on her filings and the facts we have, that everything she's putting together is consistent with what the host is saying, that it's likely this kid didn't do this, and this evidence that she's going to argue with is going to be their own stuff that they misinterpreted. How many people have gone to jail and misinterpreted evidence? It doesn't mean the cops were trying to railroad the guy. You get tunnel vision. There's a lot of things that go along with being a police officer and dealing with the public. And sometimes tunnel vision is the worst thing that could happen to a cop. And they just think that this case against Koberger was strong and they were going to prosecute it, and they ran with it. And now look, this kid's going to sit in jail for 3 years at least to figure it out. And if they figure it out and this turns out to be the truth, there's no repercussions for Koberger. And who solves the murder for these 4 kids? If what Ann is arguing actually turns out to be true, what a tragedy that's going to be.
Yeah. You know, also, there was a creator that, or maybe it was a TikTok that I saw. This lady was talking and she was saying, well, you know what? I've been thinking about this. What if there was 2 vehicles? What if, I mean, this is just what I heard. I'm not putting this out there as what I think. But what if they swapped vehicles? What if the 11 to 13 really was Koberger and they swapped to the 14 or 13 to 15?
Yeah. Then you would have another party involved here.
Of course.
But why would your friend let you use his car to track him down?
I don't know.
I'm just asking a sensible question. I hope it is sensible. I don't mean to insult you.
And that's why I'm asking these questions, is because, you know, when you say them out loud, then you have more questions. You know, questions that can't be answered. But when that statement is made, it sounds like, okay, that's logical. What if we did switch cars? Then the car that we do see on Queen Road camera, 11 to 13, that would have been a guy that drove up there, and that little time frame that he goes off camera, he's switching vehicles with another guy. He gets the keys in the tree line. He could always thought, and this is weird. This is just funny to me.
Yeah, but just think
his house right here. Look, what if he parked the car right here? Somebody from this house walked through this tree line, gave him the keys to the other Elantra.
We don't see your mouse for some reason, 12 gauge.
Yeah, but that's okay. But this is 12 gauge. What are you drinking?
There it is. There it is.
You're not
I see it now.
This outside.
Think about this. Who in your right mind is going to let you trade cars of the same look? They both look the same to begin with, right? So you're going to swap cars with someone else and then go commit a crime and give them back their car? Who's going to let you do that?
Hey, I'm gonna be driving their car with the evidence in it. You're gonna give me the clean car that has no evidence in it.
Yeah, but I mean, now you've got another doer in this crime.
Hey, and at the same time, I'm gonna put a mask on. I got bushy eyebrows. You got bushy eyebrows.
No, I don't.
You get what I'm saying? You get how that sounds when people start to. I mean, if I wanted to, I could push that narrative. And I've had I would have hundreds of thousands of followers, but I'm not pushing that
I
narrative
started
because there's nothing to support it.
I was on Cluminati's and I started the debate and I went all in that Brian Koberger is gay and he did not stalk those girls. Okay. And I started this in that that room went wild. The host and her husband, Cletus, were like arguing back and forth with me. I really got into the argument that Koberger was gay. But I did it to prove a point, and then I stopped. Like right when it was as heated as it could get, I stopped and said, "I don't believe Koberger is gay. I just wanted to prove a point that anything can be turned into a discussion, and the more outrageous it is, the more attention it gets." Right?
But did you see what I did there? If I was to push that narrative,
yeah,
and I'm sure people are going to watch this video, and somebody's going to be like, "Hey, that sounds logical."
Yeah.
You're going to run to somebody else's channel and be like, before long, you're going to be hearing, again, the double Elantra narrative.
Right.
And
And
some
I
of the creators pushing that next week.
You say double Elantra? You mean double entendre? No, double Elantra makes total sense. That's what you're saying.
Yeah,
double
Elantra.
Yeah, yeah.
Listen, and look at let's if this is shown to be true, right? Imagine being that kid Koberger and just think of the luck. If he's acquitted here, just think of the kind of luck this son of a bitch is going to have in life, because it's going to be pretty much none. Okay.
Hey, it reminds me of that comic strip, The Born Loser. That would be him.
How right? You're in criminology school. Yeah, you had a drug problem, but let's just say that it isn't him. And yet, look at all of his life, and he's destroyed this kid because he drove a white Elantra. Right? That was the contributing factor. And because he had insomnia and drove around at night, this guy's life is gone.
He's going to have to hide that. You know? You remember
no matter how it
comic
turns
strip?
out. Yeah. This poor bastard.
That comic strip, that bastard didn't have a shed of hope in this life. Everything he did was wrong.
Yeah, and I think it's criminal taking all this time to do it. I think it's bad specifically for the victim's parents. This shouldn't take 3 years. You arrested this guy, you indicted the guy, and you said you were ready to go for trial. And now you've been spending all of this time denying discovery to the defense. That's why we're where we're at. We're not where we're at because the defense was ready to prosecute Brian Koberger. That's an absolute lie.
Yeah.
Now, what are the when they ask for discovery or the supplemental requests, right? There's a response from the prosecution or from the court, right? What do they say? What do they?
They'll either argue against providing that discovery, or they'll agree to it, and then ask for it for a period of time to comply.
Y'all
but in this case, so what's
what I did?
No, what'd you do? Oh yeah, you put the dick back up. Well, that's okay. Listen, people can choose. People can choose whatever they want in their sexual life. I'm gonna go to the YouTube screen where that doesn't.
If you like to live at the end of a cul-de-sac,
there you go, sack man. So what was I
saying? That's why it's called cul-de-sac.
He's wondering. You're a sack man.
Hey, Koberger drove around in there and had some fun.
He was,
calling the sack. You said he was gay, so therefore that's the pickle park right there.
Listen, I honestly think that you're going to see a lot of chaos in how this case was put together. You got Officer Payne, you got a few other guys, you got some very inexperienced officers. You look at how the CSI was dealt with. There's a lot of issues with this case, and the fact is, there's no reason and as far as I'm concerned, I don't care what that judge says. I had to file complaints against the district attorney when she says there's 51 terabytes of data that's been thrown up in the air like a deck of cards, okay? And we have to sort it all out, and all the cards have the same back to them. So it's like they threw up 51 terabytes of playing cards that are all identical. Some landed face up, some landed face down, and she's got to now pick up all of these cards and figure out where they go. What kind of bullshit is that for a prosecution to do to a defense attorney?
If they did that, I mean, I did often think 51 terabytes, is there a possibility it's redundant files? It's like multiple copies of the same files.
She just said that in open court with the argument for a deadline on discovery.
Yeah.
She just said that in open court to the judge.
But where did the terabytes come from? Did they come from the camera that they
No, I suspect it's going to be all the interviews with all the people they interviewed. Remember, they had to build a case. So anything that's related to investigating the case of the Idaho 4. I suspect 51 terabytes of data. Some of it is going to be not anything anybody will use in court. It might have something to do with the case, but of no importance. Do you know what I mean? Like a surveillance video of him driving down, going to work. Okay. That may have been part of their work, and they may have collected the video images of that. Right. But it's not something that they're going to put into discovery to argue the case that he did it at 4 a.m. just because you saw him drive to work every day for the next 2 weeks after the murder. They're not going to show all that video. I mean, you'll be there forever.
Hey, my brain's going really fast right quick. Let me say what I'm about to say. Okay, now let y'all keep going. Okay, since the crime, what we know about serial killers, they can't keep quiet, okay, or they can't keep without committing some kind of other crime. Wouldn't they have had him driving around the college area or hell, even the King Road house to reminisce? Would they not have him going? Because they didn't arrest him for a month. So what the fuck was he doing for that month?
According to them, normal everything. He went to work.
If he was the killer, come on, man. All the serial killers that you've heard of, they don't sit around and fucking go and do normal shit other than
well, they also collect mementos. They also collect mementos. They go back to the scene as you're suggesting, usually more than once, right?
Wouldn't they have caught him on fucking pings? His cell phone would have definitely been on, or did he turn his cell phone off every fucking time?
Well, here's a good question. Here's a good question.
Excuse my language, but you know.
From November 13th to December 7th, when the police came forward looking for the 11 to 13 Elantra, from the day of the crime to the 7th, do they have Koberger going through that area several times?
That's the question. And if they don't,
right.
And if they don't, why not? Why didn't he continue? He went there 12 times. All of a sudden, I'm going to quit going because there was a murder there? Who gives a fuck? You can't tie me to it. I was going the wrong way at the wrong time. So therefore, why didn't I go down that road anymore? How come you didn't have me pinging in that area anymore?
Right. That's a good point. Because like, you know, that house that exploded in Arlington, Virginia, you saw that video, right? I used to live like 2 blocks from there. And so we moved out, you know, an hour away, but any opportunity I could find, I was trying to go see it. I wanted to go see it. Like say in your example, for example, like I caused the explosion. I wouldn't go near it. Right. But if I'm just curious, like anybody would. And it seemed like if Brian Koberger didn't do this crime and he had a pattern of being there 12 times, he wouldn't have stopped all of a sudden. You know, he would have gone by. It's like, I wonder what. But the thing is, well, 12 gauge, from your experience in criminology stuff, if he goes back around 9 a.m. after a crime that happened around 4 a.m., 5 hours later, and doesn't see any police activity or anything, do you think at that point he feels like, wow, I guess I can just go on living normally because there's no way that they figured out? And, you know, my alibi is good. I've got my alibi ready. I just like to drive around. I didn't leave any proof of me in that house, forgetting the DNA part. So I'm good. I'm fine.
Well, here's the question. Okay, because I'm all about questions. If they have his phone pinging around that house at 9 a.m., 9:30, why the fuck did he have his phone on at 9:30 and he turned it off to commit the crime?
Right.
Isn't that like counterproductive? You're gonna come back with your phone on,
right,
to the crime scene.
That you were smart enough to turn it off.
And I turned it off before.
Yeah, you were smart enough to turn it off, but you're going to go back and display your presence the next morning.
Yeah.
Or the next day.
I mean, does that show extreme confidence that
no, it shows ignorance. It would show ignorance. If he's a smart, I mean, I don't know if people are embellishing his brilliance, because you could say I'm brilliant, but I could make a lot of stupid life mistakes where other people would say I'm a fucking moron. You know, but book-wise, I could be brilliant in your eyes. Right. But as far as living life, I'm a fucking moron. So is he a fucking moron the way he lived his life? because most drug addicts or recovering drug addicts are fucking morons on how they live their lives. They don't think things through. They don't look at the consequences. They're very impulsive, and they don't figure that people are smarter than they are. So they do things that they've done before, thinking that nobody's going to put the dot together. Nobody's as smart as them until they
Right.
get caught. And then they're like, oh, fuck, I need to change that little part of my MO because that's how I keep getting caught. But many people never get down that line because they aren't analytical. They're very responsive. So based on your question, when he went back at 9:30, was that a responsive move? Was that well, I got to go see what I caused. Is there a lot of people there? Is there a lot of cops there? You know, this, that, and the other. And did it give him an emotional downer that he wasn't looking for when he saw nobody? It's like
Right.
expecting to see an explosion and flames and all, and you get there and there's no fucking parade for you. There's nothing.
Right. You run it up the flagpole to see who salutes, and nobody's there to salute. Nobody salutes.
Right.
You know?
Exactly.
What about is there any possibility that he turned off his phone because he planned on keeping it on him and he didn't want it ringing while he's going into the house? I never thought about that until just now. But is that
see, the problem with that
a
is
possibility?
then why is he carrying a murdering knife in a sheath? Why is
Because
he
it's very sharp.
No, absolutely.
I don't take mine out of my sheath unless I plan
Bro,
on,
if I'm coming
like
into your
getting
house,
cut with it.
Listen, if
Hey,
I'm coming
do
into
we
your house, I cut his
carry a
loin and hammer
loaded?
pull back.
Hey, do we carry a loaded penis in our sheath?
Of course we do. But you know, my point is that's not how you
Carry
wield
it,
that knife.
don't take it out unless you're going to
There's
use
something
it.
wrong with that, Jeff. You don't carry your murder. It's like carrying a gun into a house with the bullets in your pocket.
Yeah, but if you don't have it on your belt because you don't want the belt because that's going to slow you down stripping your clothes, your coveralls off. So you've got a sheath and you've got a knife, and the sheath protects you from cutting yourself as much as anything. That's kind of the purpose.
You leave the sheath in the car because the minute that hand entered, yes.
No, because the moment you're coming out of there, your plan is to put it. You don't want to cut yourself. You're just increasing your chances of cutting yourself if you don't have the sheath.
Well,
That's
what
just
are
my
you gonna
opinion.
do?
I know you're gonna criticize me for
I've
having a
committed
different
violent
belief.
crimes and I know violent criminals, and I'm telling you, you
Well,
don't.
congratulations, but I mean, you
don't
still
break
have my
into
own
a home
opinion.
with your weapon not at the ready. You absolutely enter the property with the intent to do harm or defend yourself.
Okay.
You don't
Well, how
just
do we know he
walk in
didn't take
there.
it out?
Let's
He
look
could have
at the
taken it
other-
out as he went into the door.
Let's look at the other perception. Okay, let's look at the other side. At what point would he take it out of the sheath? Would it go? Because me, if I was going to take the knife out with the sheath, I'd take it out the moment I got out of the car, throw the fucking sheath in the car, and walk into the building with the knife. That's it. But if you're walking in with the sheath, Jeff, at what point, if you were the person, would you take that sheath off? Would it be in the room? Would it be as you enter the house? Would it be up the stairs? At what point? See, this is how we need to have a discussion.
I mean, maybe coming through the kitchen. Maybe when you get to the door, you're opening the kitchen door.
Okay.
Maybe you've unsheathed it then, and then now you're going up. You've got both hands are filled with something, and you go up. And if his intent is to only encounter Maddie because that's who he sees through the back window easiest, and then it's in my belief when Kaylee is coming across the hall saying, and that's just my belief that she's coming across the hall and relatively calmly, or not calmly, but just saying there's someone here. Basically, I think there's someone here because the dog is barking like there's someone here. I'm going to investigate. Startles him and he drops the knife. Or maybe Ann was right. Maybe he did truly place it. Maybe she didn't intend to insinuate it's the police placing it on there, but maybe placed it down to then do what he did to Maddie. But I really think that not a lot of people talk about it, but I think he took a lesson out of Ted Bundy's book. He knocked them out first, and then he proceeded to stab them. That way it's a quiet murder. You can control where all the blood goes. And I think that was his methodology on all of them, except Kaylee, I think, came in and surprised him. And he had to deal with her in a different way. But they said that I read somewhere that her face was pretty messed up. And I think thinking, I don't even like to call it the butt end of the knife. I'd rather call it the hammer, because it is a hammer. And somebody takes a hammer to your face good 5 or 10 times, you're going to be pretty messed up.
Right. I just find it nonsensical to enter a crime scene of a planned murder by somebody that's supposed to have been stalking and planning it all out, that he would take the main weapon of death, the killing instrument, and enter that property with it in a sheath that required him to engage both hands to display that weapon, to then do his deed and have both hands occupied. That's
But the
not how
intent of the
do it.
sheath is also to use after the crime as well.
No, it's
You
not.
put it
Not
back
when you're-
in. You put it back in so that you don't cut yourself. The idea is don't cut yourself, because you
You're
cut
talking
yourself
about
just the
committing a
littlest
major-
bit. You're dripping in
talking
your
about
blood into
committing
that
a
house.
major crime. You got more of a chance of slicing your hand, putting it back in the sheath than you do walking out of the house with that knife.
Not if you practice
Okay.
at home barehanded, and that's how you get the DNA under the.
Okay, I'm gonna put myself in his position, okay? Because I can't expect y'all to, but I'm gonna put myself in Koberger's position. If I was the one getting out of that Elantra, not the one on Ridge Road going the wrong way at the wrong time, not that one. I'd be on the one back in the tree line behind the house. I'd be getting out of that car. I would throw the fucking sheath off, because that's how inexperienced I am with a knife.
And what if you slip down that hill
Hey, but hold on.
with an
I'm
unsheathed
a
knife?
cocky motherfucker, okay? I'm a cocky, arrogant bastard. There's no way I'm gonna fall down a fucking hill that I've been staking out for, because I've told both of you, this is how I work.
True.
I would be the one that goes by that house 12 times, because I'm gonna playing football. You practice what you're gonna do, so therefore it's muscle memory rather than brain memory. Okay, and that's how I work. So I would have known every little crevice going down that hill, because I would have seen it 12 times. I go down the hill. I have the knife out. I don't know if the dog gonna come attack me. Fuck it. I'm gonna get the dog before he gets me. You know what I mean? I don't know if there's somebody drunk on the fucking couch outside. I'm gonna take him out before he takes me out. I'm gonna have that sheath off before I enter that house. And there's no way I'm taking it in if I don't want to leave any kind of evidence. But that's me. I'm an idiot when it comes to a knife. So even me as an idiot, knowing that I'm going to throw this knife sheath in my car, and once I'm done what I'm doing, then I'm going to wipe the knife off, run water over it. I saw some fucking asinine comment. He supposedly put an apple and ran the knife through the apple to get the blood off and the evidence or whatever. That could be true, whatever. But me as a person, unexperienced, I'm running the knife with hot water, not cold water, running the knife under the sink, washing the blood off. If there's a towel nearby, I'm going to wipe it on that. If not, I'm going to wipe it on my damn suit, because I'm inexperienced like that. I'm going to walk out the slider. I'm going to go back up the fucking hill and probably trip going up the hill. I'm not tripping down the hill. But here's another interesting thing. I go backwards in my mind, so hang with me here. The only part that just doesn't make sense is going up the stairs to the girl's bedroom. See, I'm a clumsy motherfucker, and unless I've been there more than once, if I've never been in the house and I have the knife unsheathed going up the steps and I trip, guess who gets cut?
Right.
I do. So if I trip going up the stairs or coming down the stairs without the sheath, I'm fucked.
And you said it's 9 stairs up, and then you make a U-turn, and then it's 10 stairs to the very top, right?
I think so. I think that's
Something
what
like
we
that.
counted. I think that's what we counted. But how would you know that unless you've been in the house? And Sergeant Friday made a good point too in another video and in this one too, where he said that 6-inch drop. If you don't have the sheath on it, you're gonna fucking drop the knife, aren't you? Trying to catch yourself? How many
Right.
times have you fallen and only used one hand to catch yourself?
Right.
Where are
Yeah,
you gonna
if he
put the
tripped
knife?
going up from Dylan's hallway to the main room, either trip coming in or out of that. You're right. You would think he may have dropped or he may have fell forward. Remember, they said there was a loud thump, and that's what I said. In that description, they talk about a loud thump Dylan heard, and that could have been someone tripping on that barrier, that little step there between her room and the common area.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just being comical because this is how my mind works. You know, if I'm going through that and I have a knife in one hand and I've just killed 4 people and I see a bitch in a shock frozen phase, no shade at Dylan, but if I see somebody in a shock or I don't see them and they're in a shock frozen phase and I'm falling, how did she not laugh at that?
Well, how did she not
You
notice
get
that?
me?
Though?
How did she not laugh at him busting his ass and trying to find a knife at the same time?
But that's I would imagine
Because that would be real
I've always
life.
thought he'd tripped on it on the way to Xana's, but then was looking out for it on the way back.
Yeah.
Which is
Well, even if he tripped,
where he was
even if
seen.
he tripped on the way up, Jeff, what are the odds of him keeping the knife in his hand and not cutting himself as he's landing?
Yeah. Well, it's possible he tripped but didn't fall completely. I mean, he might have
Right.
caught him off guard.
He could have stumbled up that step and maintained his balance, but made a big thumping noise, dropped to a knee. He didn't necessarily had to go sprawling like to the point where the knife had to fly out of his hand.
Yeah.
He could have tripped on it, but that doesn't mean it was we've had all different levels of trips. Some of them you recover from, some of them you go right down like fucking boom, right?
But that telling of the story, though, 12 Gauge, was so convincing. Your story was so convincing. I think people are going to think it's you more than Papa Rogers. They're going to he's got a lot of detail in there.
Well, if they're that fucking stupid, I guess they'll believe anything. That's my statement right there. Do you think he was jacked up making this calculated action, or he was sober? I'm gonna go first, and then I'll get y'all's opinions, guys. I would say that he was jacked up based on what I said in another video, and I stick behind my thoughts. I believe he was on some kind of either stimulant. Definitely he wasn't on heroin. He could have nodded off on the way up. And then he definitely would have cut himself.
Right.
Okay, I'll let you guys. I mean, I'm getting delirious. I don't know why, but I hope my humor.
No, it's kind of funny because there's so many different stories you could create out of the information that is there. It's mind bending. It's endless, right?
I mean, I'm just speaking for myself. I like to bring humor in a little bit. I'm not bringing humor at the fact of what happened. I'm just seeing this play out because this is how I would go through this house. I'd be a clumsy ass killer. There's no way that I could make it through that house without wiping out. Those floors look slick as shit. If I'm walking through blood, how the fuck are my boots or whatever or booties? Because chances are he was wearing surgical booties. How is that not going to make you slide? Have you ever walked on surgical booties?
Blood is like engine oil. Blood is very, very slippery until it dries.
Yes.
That's a good song title. Blood is like engine oil. I want to write a song with that. I like that.
Yes. So, Sarge, you're next.
If it makes any money.
Sarge, you're next up. So, do you think he was jacked up on this calculated action, or was he sober?
I don't think he was. I think he was sober. I don't even think he was there.
Yeah, I agree. I think he was. We agree on something, Sarge. See, I knew it would happen. I think he was. If he was on anything, he was just on the adrenaline of the moment.
Yeah, and I don't know many heroin users that switch to a cocaine or a meth or something like that. I'm sure it's possible, but I don't know any personally, and I've known a lot of heroin users.
You think he would have been smoking weed to take the edge off?
I don't know that smoking weed would really do anything to somebody that generally had a heroin addiction. That's that's the king addiction right there.
Yeah, I'm being funny right there.
That's sad, man. That heroin, that's some shit that's hard to break.
I mean, if he did do something, that goes back to our theory, or not even theory, because that's not a fucking theory. It's our discussion earlier. I said, what if he relapsed? That could have been the 12 times he was around there looking for some good shit.
Yeah.
Well, also too, maybe do you look at the what if that's truly his car we see 5 times, or like in the PCA, it said it appeared the vehicle appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. You know, I mean, is that an indication of any kind of impairment?
See,
No.
he did try to do a U-turn there, Jeff. Is that where you got that thought?
Well, I mean, it's
I
let's
was
see, because
joking.
that.
I was joking.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, the U-turn, the wrong turn, the wrong way.
Yeah. So
Wait, what's that? What's
y'all-
that Dr. John song? It must have been it was the right place, wrong time.
So
I should do a music video to that song.
You're saying you're saying that no impairment. I'm saying yes. So y'all agreed that he was strictly sober. I'm saying that there could have been a stimulant involved. So we'll go with that.
Yeah, either way, it doesn't know. We won't know until more of the trial stuff comes forward. More discovery, more emotions. Then we'll
I mean,
start to really
if his DNA wasn't found on this knife sheath, you know, what kind of position would he been in? What kind of case would this be? Would he pretty much have gotten away with it if it's truly him?
Well, they still have the camera shot. So
Yeah,
No,
but it's not illegal to drive around at night alone. I mean,
that's what I mean. Without the
you know.
DNA, without convincing the jury that DNA proves he did it, that's the only thing the prosecution actually has to go on based on what.
Well, but if they do have the light bulb camera that says this guy likes to drive around, except for watch here, he goes past this light bulb camera into a cul-de-sac, and he doesn't come out for 13 minutes. And when he comes out, he's flying.
Can I say
he's trying to get 88 miles an hour to go into the Back to the Future.
Excuse me, Jeff. They must establish that it's his vehicle and him in it.
Right.
That's a requirement by the state's level of proof. You can show videos of cars, but if you can't place, the prosecution can't identify you in that car or that car belonging to you, right? That's not evidence. That's a story. Even if it is me in that car, listen, even if it is me in that car, okay? If you can't rightfully establish it by fact and you just have a video image of a like car, that's not, you're not going to convict me with it.
So let me ask you this. I'm such an idiot that these 12 other times I don't notice that there's a fucking light camera and that there's a camera on Linda Lane and that there's a camera on Ridge Road and that there's a camera in front of the Exxon and there's a camera in all these areas. Hell, there's a camera right outside my apartment. I don't notice any of these cameras. Am I that clueless to reality? Am I that in my head that I can't pick out a camera from a light bulb?
The Linda Lane camera might be hard to have spotted, perhaps, especially if you
knowledge-
consider the 12 times he was there, 11 of them were at this very late hour, like when the murder happened. Only one of them was during the day, which I wonder if the during the day one, if they're connected and it is like he's casing the joint, is that 12th one. It's like, well, I want to have at least one where I see what my exit is with sunlight, you know.
Right. What were you going to say?
Listen, if he did all of that reconnaissance at that time of night, it would be very difficult to identify cameras. Let's be fair. Okay.
Yeah.
And
True.
all his reconnaissance is in the dark because that's what the cops told us. So if we're going to consider that reconnaissance, right, there should have been many trips during the day, okay, where he could get an idea what he was looking for. Remember, this guy is what's he got? He's going for a PhD in criminology and IT and cloud. That's the cloud is all about video and images and all. So you mean to tell me that this guy with that training didn't know that? He wouldn't even have to surveil the area to know there were cameras. Here's what would convict him for me. If they found a camera that allowed for infrared detection, okay, and recordings that so you could drive by and know if there's a motion camera on someone's home because the infrared beam is constantly lit. We can't see it, but an infrared camera can. So if you found that kind of footage in his possession, then of course he did it. So my point is he would be smart enough to know that. Any motion camera has an infrared beam that must be broke before it starts to record. So all you do is drive around the neighborhood with a camera that records infrared images, and you'll be able to pick out every freaking camera around there. Almost at least 90% of them guaranteed.
Here's another question for you guys, okay? Because my brain is going a million miles an hour right now. You remember early on in the case, they had a Ring camera with a picture of a guy in a mask, and he was dressed all in black.
Mm-mm.
You don't remember that?
Yeah, I think that was debunked. Didn't the mask kind of look like the mask in that movie, The Mask, except it was instead of being green, it was
that would
kind of
debunk.
black.
There's no picture like that at all. That's real.
Okay, so that would debunk. Okay, well,
Yeah, 100%.
I was gonna say this: is there a possibility that maybe I'm just being silly right now? Is there a
That's okay.
possibility that he went to the wrong house, noticed the ring camera, it caught him, and then he got back in his car and ended up going to do this? I don't know where I'm going with that.
No, I don't even know how you're coming up with that. No.
Is there
Now we should question what you're on if you're on something. Huh?
Yeah, I
Is
mean,
there a possibility that he put the mask on
and that's what when she said he was wearing a mask, she meant that it was that movie, The Mask.
Yeah.
But he had a hat on too, right? Wasn't he clad in black with a black hat?
Clad in black.
Bushy eyebrows.
Hey, he was.
And he pulled it off just for a moment to do a Groucho Marx with his eyebrows. And
How
then
do you
he put it
walk
back
by
on.
a 5'10" blonde and not see her after committing those crimes? How do you do that without striking out at her?
I think it's because he's got that bright light in his face. That's what I think.
Not to be a pervert, because I don't want to come across as a sexual deviant here, but I mean, any woman that I would come across at that time of night, we're guys. We're gonna stop and look at the package. You know.
Well, you just killed 4 people though, and you're walking by, and this person's
I
looking
don't
out
give
their
a
bedroom
shit.
door.
I don't
You're
give
gonna
a
bang
shit.
her?
I still have a penis.
You're gonna bang her, you freak.
I still have a penis.
Somebody needs to put you on probation, okay?
I'm telling you, bro. I'm not trying to sound like a deviant. I'm trying to be funny, but seriously, this is the way I think. I could have killed 4 people, 10 people. I'm walking by Dylan's room. I see her, and I see her package from head to toe. I'm gonna at least look and be like,
but isn't that a little strange that she remained alive yet was a direct witness to the person that supposedly committed the crime?
Because she looked that good to him.
Nah, man, I don't see. I mean, everything that goes into all of this planning, and then there's a surprise at the end. But rather than one more murder would have made more sense, in that he went there to kill everybody. Now that he left her alive after she saw him, it's just so perplexing. It's like, really?
Okay.
Hey, 12 gauge. There's a picture of what may kind of represent what that good vibes light may have like if you give you a sense of like the darkness of the house compared to the brightness of that light and what he was basically walking into.
But there was that blonde standing in the doorway just as he crosses into the hallway. He went by that door twice. He's coming by it for a third time. He's going by that bedroom door. It's open this time.
No, when he goes past this light, the first time, the light is to his back when he's coming from Xana's room.
No, I meant the door. He went by her bedroom door 3 times and it was closed.
Yeah, but it was I think it was closed all those other times. But the time that
he would have
seen she saw him, it was open.
And so how did he not catch that, Jeff? Please.
Well, because he's looking into a bright light. Just like if you're standing in front of a car and they've got their headlights on you, can you describe what the driver looks like even if he stands up outside the car?
That's an interior light that would not blind you that way. It would enable you to walk in those areas.
In a pitch dark house, that's a bright light, and you look into it, your irises are going to close down. When we took my son on a camping trip, they took all the flashlights away from the kids because we were going to go on a night hike. And they said, we're taking your flashlights away because all it takes is one blast with some light into your eyes. And it takes a full 24 minutes before your irises open back up fully so that you can see in this dark, outside. So all it takes is he's just got to come out of Xana's dark room. And then he goes past that light and he's not going to see. He's not going to see it.
Hallway from her room forward, there's illumination. He's not walking from pitch black and someone flashing that light in his eyes. He's walking into.
Well, we don't know.
Sure, we do.
Don't know how lit the house was. We can assume that the good vibes light was on.
Hang on. You're telling me that light's blind enough to blind him and cause
if it's the only light,
but not bright enough to illuminate that room and that hallway with some illumination?
That light is not going to light the hallway. It's the hallways around.
Well, he's not saying it's going to light it up.
It's illuminating. There's you can see once you come out of her room, you're going to see that there's light ahead of you.
There's
Could
gonna
be
be a
light ahead of
shadow
you,
of the
though.
staircase. There's gonna
But
be
he's
a
got to come.
shadow.
He's got to come. He's got to come out of Xana's room, make a right turn, look into a bright light, and she's got her door cracked open just a little, and she can see his light. His face is
That's
lit
not
by
what she
this good
said.
vibes light.
You're so cute at adding little tidbits that were never spoken. I opened my door and looked out on 3 separate.
How far did? Okay, again, wrong direction, wrong time. But open the door. There's how much? How much,
Oh
Sergeant?
my God! So
See,
you're
it's
gonna
again. It's like that. It's not.
The woman's
It's
statement
details
says,
don't
"Open the
matter.
door." What does opening the door mean?
A
But look-
crack. Opening the
No.
door a crack. Why not?
Because
But
you
look,
open your
guys,
door in your own home because you live there.
You just
But
started
look,
opening the
guys.
door and you see a person coming
All
towards
right,
you. Do
we're
you keep
done.
on opening
All
it?
right, yeah, we're done.
You know what
Really?
I just? Hey, you know what I just?
You know better.
noticed? You know what I noticed in this picture?
What?
How close the staircase is to the fucking. That's the staircase right next to the good vibe sign, right?
It's
Is that a staircase or is that a
To go,
bookcase?
you talking about to go down to the first level?
yes.
No, go to the
Yes,
left.
that's
That
what
is
he's
that a
talking about.
staircase?
Oh yeah, you're seeing through the open doorway. That's the staircase that goes upstairs. Yes.
Okay, so that's
No, no,
not
no,
that-
no. This is
To the left of
this
the
window.
light, down the hallway are stairs.
This window is the far left window on the second level. If you're looking at it from the
Okay,
road.
now look. You see where it says good vibes, right? Now go
Mm-hmm.
directly to the left. You see those steps? Are those
That's
steps or is that a book?
No, that's a tree branch right there
No.
with a vent. Well, take the PKC thing off the screen. You see it?
Okay.
Wait, here I can zoom into this.
Okay, go the other direction. The other
See,
direction.
that's a tree branch, and that's a vent.
Okay. Now
That's a
keep
beer
going-
bottle.
Keep going the other way. Keep going the other way.
Go the other way.
Not that
No,
way. The other way.
The other way. Jeff.
That's the wall.
Keep
That's the
going.
outside wall. That's it.
Oh.
That's
That's the outside wall. I thought that was a staircase.
no. It's just the window with the siding of the house.
Wait a minute.
Okay. So that handprint is on the window.
This photo is taken probably from, say, the photographers maybe near where the trash can is outside, or
Okay,
maybe a
so-
little bit up the hill.
So that handprint is I always thought
Xana's
that was a- always thought
Xana's
that was a
room is to the
mirror.
right of that pinkish painting.
Right.
Xana's
I always thought
always
this
been-
was a mirror, but this is the window pane.
This is looking through the window. You saw
Right,
many
so-
investigators in there looking at the floor and checking things out right there.
But see that handprint right there? That's the window pane. I always thought that was a mirror right there.
I think I have another one I was just looking at here.
You
Wait,
see what
here
I'm
you go.
talking about? You see that handprint? Right.
That definitely handprint was spooky.
I always thought that was a mirror for some reason. That's
Here,
the
let me show
win-
you this other. Let me show you this other picture of the same window.
God, I need to stay off the water. Shit.
So that's the same
Where'd it go?
same window. I have yet another one as well.
Okay.
All right, here. Let me give
See,
you one
it wouldn't
more.
have been illuminated like that was. But there
No,
would've
because I
been-
think the police of investigators, I'm sure, increased the
there would've
light so they
been
could see
light.
stuff.
it would have been light enough that it would have bounced off the staircase to cast a shadow.
What staircase would that good vibes light be hitting though?
The staircase directly in front of it.
The one that goes down to the
Staircase
very
going
first level,
downstairs. Yes.
to
going-
Bethany's room. Okay.
Yes, there's like
But there's a little,
wall.
yeah.
There's like a little wall. It would have hit that and bounced down the hall. There would have been a shadow toward right
Going
outside
down
the
to the
corner
very
floor.
to the
Yeah,
very
there
bottom
would have been
floor.
a shadow wherever the light quit going. You know what I mean? It would have headed down towards Anna's room, whether it was a foot, 2 feet. It would have eventually darkened. You know.
Well, no, but I mean,
kinda
wait,
like
just so we're
the-
clear,
Hey,
just so we're
look at
clear,
that.
this good vibe light is on the same floor with Xana's room, right?
Right.
Okay.
Just
okay.
look at
Sure.
the light behind me. There's a shadow right there where the light quits hitting right above my head. You see that?
But what is the point you're making with the staircase, though? I don't think he.
Because
I
y'all
don't think
said-
he
because-
went down the
No.
staircase.
No, because one of you said that there would be no light no illuminated light down that hallway towards Anna's room, and there would be only so far because it would be bouncing off the staircase, the wall.
Listen, I'm going to tell you that if you go look, that Good Vibes light is on the wall, and to the left of that wall is the actual hallway leading to the kitchen.
Yeah.
That Good Vibes light is, and you're seeing a reflection of siding, but the image that you're looking at on your screen that you had up correctly shows what you had asked. That
A
Good
reflection
Vibes
of siding?
No. Yes. Listen,
It's the actual
looking at
siding.
I'm looking at the 3D tour. Okay. I can give you guys a link if you want to go look at it.
Why don't you bring that up?
Yeah, bring it up
12 gauge?
because I was trying to.
You want me to
find
bring it up?
that. Yeah, I was
I
trying
don't
to
know how to
find
do
that.
that. So yeah, but the 3D
It's
tour
1122tour.com. I got it.
Yeah, I
it
was trying to
shows
bring
it
that
shows
up.
exactly what we were looking at, and it shows you that the illumination wouldn't be bright down the hallway, but you would be walking from a room towards a room that you knew was illuminated. In other words, your eyes would be aware that you'd be walking towards the light. Then you would turn the corner and you would confront the light, and then you would walk through that doorway to get to the kitchen. And on that walk through the doorway, there'd be some residual illumination in that hallway to an extent. Not a lot, but some.
See
and
that
for a
little
woman to
wall
stand
right
in her
there?
doorway, for a woman to be in her doorway and him not see her, a door that he knew was closed the last 2 times he went by it, is stunning to me. It's
Right. See, this is hitting him in the face, and her door is open a crack here to see him coming around this corner, going out the kitchen.
No, I don't accept crack, Jeff, because that's not what it says.
Why?
She said, I opened my door 3 times and looked out. She said she yelled once.
Well, let's pull up the PCA. Let's pull up the PCA.
So read it. She's pretty
but
specific in her opening to that door.
So if you open a door and you're looking out 3 times and you're uncertain that you hear somebody crying, you hear a dog barking, sounds like somebody playing upstairs, you hear somebody say, "It's okay, I'm here to help you." Let's be realistic. Are we going to open that door wide, or are we going to open it just where we can put our head out to look around? What are we going to do?
Well, she lives there and she thinks the noises are coming from her roommates, right? So unless she knows these noises are horrific screams, right? If what she's saying is true, she's saying that she heard some noises. Maybe she was playing with the dog. I think I heard someone say this. Nothing.
The thing is, it just doesn't say. It doesn't say how much she opened the door. That's all.
It doesn't say how much, but to assume it's a crack is not fair.
Well, to assume it's wrong way, wrong direction, wrong time too.
But would you? Hey, put yourself in that. You know how I put myself in this.
You want me to? I can read it if you want.
No,
Yeah,
put yourself in that scenario, Jeff. How far would you open the door?
Well, it depends on timing. If you've just started to open it and he's coming by you, then you haven't got it open very far just because of the timing of the situation. But if it doesn't say the time, we can't assume the time either way. But I think if it's that she didn't get killed, there's a good chance she wasn't seen, and it's plausible that she wasn't seen because he's got a bright light in his face. He might be looking down to make sure he doesn't trip on the step again. So 2 reasons why he might not see her.
For anything,
but I mean, as a photographer, he would be lit very nicely with a light at eye level right into his face.
That would not light that room enough to want to read it.
We just saw the photo of the light of how bright it is, even at night.
But that's being captured in I don't think
turn the light. Hey Jeff, turn the lights off.
No, that's an inaccurate representation. That's an inaccurate representation because you got the photograph. This image doesn't match the photograph.
There it is, right there. So what do you mean this guy would go blind?
Exactly. See, you're looking at a representation, a computer representation that doesn't even match an actual photo. I mean, if you want to believe the computer representation over an actual photo we just looked at, have at it. But here's what it says. DM stated she opened her door for the 3rd time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. DM described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. Male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. Male walked towards backsliding door.
She opened her door and looked out.
And she opened it all the way and slammed it into the wall next to her. Of course, go fine. I'll concede, but I don't know why I'm conceding because there's nothing that specifically
because there's
says
nothing
that.
in there that you would specifically say. I
You're
cracked my door and looked
you know
out.
better. You know her better than I do. I don't know how
Well,
open
I don't
she
know.
would
It
open the
seems
door.
that you would try to, if you're describing what you saw, you would describe what you did.
Well,
when
if
you
you're
were
also
seeing it, and
describing
you
this killer that didn't kill her, then maybe
Yeah,
is it
I'm
possible
cool with that.
he didn't, unless you think she's involved with him and that's a boyfriend that just came and got rid of these people who were keeping her awake. Maybe she texted him and said, "Hey, I'm trying to sleep. Can you come wipe out all these 4 friends of mine? I got to get some sleep."
I don't know where you come up with those theories, but if it's for a joke, that's
It's
fine.
pretty creative. It's a joke.
Hey, do you think she had? I mean, being serious.
Your jokes are worse than mine.
Hey,
at least I'm not offending anybody with my jokes.
Hey,
just the way you act at times.
Let's get back to classy, okay? Based on what y'all were just talking about, do you think she could have had somebody in that room with her? Do you think
Dylan?
Dylan, do you think that there could have been, like, she could have had a guy over there, drinking with her or listening to music?
She could have had someone in that house with her. 100% she could have.
Like, maybe it wasn't her interpretation that filled in these blanks. Maybe somebody else was looking out that door with her, but they put it on her because she's the one that lives in the house.
Or what if that person was the doer?
No telling. I mean, there could have been
There's 3 other male DNAs in that house. There's 3 other male DNAs in that house, and another argument will be that why didn't they genealogical those 3 DNAs?
Doesn't it show that door cracked a little bit, Jeff?
Yeah, just in one angle, right here.
See, I would. Is that an open door to you?
No.
That's not an open door. Let me get
When
my
I open my door to look out where I live in this house, and that's a party house. You got all kinds of college roommates. If I was her or him, and I were to open up my door concerned something was out there, it wouldn't be because I was afraid of a mass murderer. Okay, I would open it up and look. And then, like she said, she yelled upstairs once. Her descriptions of things she did tell me she acted like a normal person would. So why would she want to peek out of her door? It's got to be her roommates making noise. She said she heard them coming from the roommates' rooms. So when she opened that door, I accept that she opened and looked out like she normally would. Why wouldn't she?
Well, maybe she doesn't want to be caught snooping if it's just a lover's spat between 2 of her roommates. She doesn't want to see.
Yeah,
I mean, you're convinced. What did he say about me? I get my mind set on something and it's not going to change.
I got facts to base this on. She actually says that she yelled upstairs.
I got facts too. I got this photograph right here. You just said yourself when you saw the good vibes light it dark. You said, "There you go." So here you go. There you go.
So when she yelled up the stairs,
right?
I'm giving y'all some information that I've never shared before. When it said that she yelled up the stairs, I was under the impression she was on the first floor because that's something that I heard at the very beginning. See, in my mind, I thought there was a door downstairs to the first floor. I thought that it separated, with a doorway. I had no clue that it was like it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just
I thought that she was in the other room downstairs. And she yelled up the stairs, "Hey, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to sleep." And I thought that there was a door right where that doorway where the step is. I thought there was a door right there that she would have walked up and opened and say, "Hey, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to sleep." But now that I saw, not today, but, when I started looking into this more clearly, she wasn't that far from those stairs where she would have yelled, "Shut the fuck up, I'm trying to sleep." Which direction would she have yelled at? Up the stairs or towards Xana's room?
It depends on where she heard the noise. She thought.
And how could she have not heard Xana walking from the kitchen if she was supposedly in the kitchen with her DoorDash shit? How could she have not heard that?
Well, she
does it say the PCA she yelled?
I heard that very early on. Shut the fuck up.
I believe it does. There's a state. Her statement is She describes going to the door 3 times. There's 3 different statements on going to the door and opening.
But I don't see that she yelled anything.
Okay, here's a comment from the chat. Let's listen to what they got to say for a second. It says, I have a sliding door. If I hear strange noises on the porch, I slowly peek around the corner to see what is there. I don't just throw the door open and face something unknown. Well, that's a good point. But what do you mean by you slowly peek around the corner? Clarify that a little more. Do you open it 4 inches, 6 inches, 8 inches?
Couple inches. She'll open. She's saying she's opening and peeking out as slowly as she can. So she's
But I
going to
got
open
a
the
big,
door, right?
hey, I got a big wide head. It's at least 3 inches wide. So me peeking out a door would be at least 3 inches.
Dude, if
Get
your
my
head was
big
3 inches wide, you wouldn't be on here talking.
Hey,
That should be
I
funny as
need,
hell,
I
bro.
need some. Hey, I'm not talking about. I'm not even going to go there because I don't want the deviancy to come out. But there's a 3, wide, 3 inches wide to get out to look outside that door.
Yeah.
I would need enough to put my head through there, right? You just wouldn't keep. Jeff, can you go in front of that door?
You just need I think you just need one eye to see through a door.
And I think
No,
the
I need
other
2
2
eyes.
times,
I need 2 eyes.
the other 2 times, there's no indication that the times prior to the third would make the third different. In other words, her motives for opening up that door and looking out weren't nefarious motives. She was thinking that her roommates were making noise and they should shut up. She hears them playing. She's coming out for those reasons, according to her. So on the third opening of that door, there's no reason to slightly peek out because it's just the third in the series of the previous, another one to the 2 you just did.
But there's nothing about her yelling in the PCA. I don't know exactly where that's documented.
She said she heard the dog barking. Did you see that?
Yeah. She describes the thing she's hearing, but she doesn't describe what she does regarding yelling.
I think that probably was in an article in the Mail newspaper, whatever that U.S. Mail.
I thought that it was in there somewhere where she had described. She opened the door the first time, looked out, and didn't see anything. Then she opened the door the second time and called out for them to count or something like that.
Here you go.
And then
Here's
she
a
looked out the
PCA.
third time and she witnessed a man. And then you know what the story is with that.
Okay, PKC says I peek around the corner by the fridge that faces the door. So far, just found raccoons and bears and goats. The occasional missionary. Is that a missionary style?
Missionaries with K-bars.
No matter which the doors.
So let me
no
ask
matter
you,
what today's story.
If it's missionary, how by laying on your back are you able to peek around a corner? That's my only question. Okay. Well, you wanted to say it. I just beat you to it, 12 gauge.
Man, she lost me at the raccoon bear and goat. Good God. PKC.
Hey, I got the PCA up if you want 12 gauge. Up to you.
Well, just review it real quick and see if it mentions anything about her saying that she had made a comment. There should be 3 descriptions.
Yeah, no, I've been.
Let's
see. Try and get it bigger. Yeah, none of it though. None of the times though, it says how much she opened the door at all. Let's see. DM stated. Hold on, well, I'm looking for it.
Hey, make it a little bigger.
You're like my wife when we drive. It's like I'm driving. Just relax.
There's a fucking raccoon, bear, and a goat. Damn it!
They're a rock band. DM stated she looked out her bedroom window, but did not. No, I'm sorry, not window. DM stated she looked out of her bedroom, but did not see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. I guess referring to Kaylee, saying there's someone here. DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice saying something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17. See, that's a security camera picking up the sound.
That is not true information about her saying something.
No, I think I read that in that Mail.
I did read it somewhere too.
Mail, whatever that Mail. I don't know what the name of
the guy who wrote the book. Not what's his face.
No, the publication. Yeah, it might have
But
been
nonetheless,
Bloom.
it's good to be
It might
corrected
have
when
been
the
Bloom
information
that
is
said
true.
that.
Yeah, when it's not written in this, when it's not written in a verifiable document, then it's not true.
Yeah,
As
I
far as
mean,
I'm
we've all
concerned,
heard
it
it.
could, and if it
We've
is
all
true, it's
heard
going to
it,
be
but it's not in the
yeah,
PCA. You're right. It's not in the PCA.
right. So that means that that piece of information is useless,
Yeah.
right?
So let's get back to the elephant in the room here. Jeff, you mentioned it a while ago, and we've talked about it. Other people have talked about it. What is your definition of a frozen shock phase?
You want me to go first? You and
One
Sarge?
at a time. Sarge, you
Go
want to
ahead.
go
Go
first?
ahead, Sarge.
No, go right ahead. No, I'm patient. I'm looking at this.
I mean, I've often wondered if it mean. I mean, I look at it a couple ways. I mean, either she's in fear. Is it possible she just meant, if she was opening the door and felt that, okay, this guy should have seen me, but he didn't react at all, acted as if I'm invisible, and that was just weird. So it was just a weird feeling. But when I look at the PCA, though, there's a phrase in there that makes me think I lean more towards fear, because the male walked past. Here, I'll put it up. Here we go. Where is it? The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. The locked herself in the room could imply fear.
Stop
Or
right there.
that's just
Stop right there. So if I see you walk past me, you saw how narrow that little opening is, right? She locks herself in her room. You're telling me he didn't hear her lock the door? And what? I mean, I'm a killer. I just killed 4 people. And I heard you lock your door. I'm just gonna let you live. I'm just gonna say, okay, well, I'm gonna charge that to the game. I'm gonna let you live. There's a witness that just saw you walk by her. She locked her
You gotta
door.
assume. You gotta assume she closed it. I mean, when I go upstairs at 3 a.m. because I've been on a live stream with 12 gauge, when I go in the bedroom and I'm closing that door, that there has never been a quieter door close, because the moment it just does a little
I don't
click, my
disagree with that at all.
wife wakes up and says, "What time?" She rolls over, she grabs her phone. It's 3 a.m.
So I agree with you. Listen, I agree with you, Jeff. I agree with you, Jeff. And I'm not doing it just to prove my point, but I agree
damn,
with you.
there's
before
2
you spoke up.
tonight. There's 2.
Listen, I believe that she went in her room and quietly locked that door. I have no doubt in my mind that she did that. Okay. If it happened, that's the way it happened, according to those words. And in doing that, it tells me that she was conscious enough of the danger, yet still didn't do anything for 8 hours. Therein lies a problem that needs to be explained.
Yeah, I mean, either she,
frozen shock phase to the point of being able to know to protect yourself as best you can at that moment in time. All she had was a door and a lock, and she engaged that activity in her mind. She did what she fight or flight. She fled. So she was.
Now, would she have heard about this fight?
I'm sorry. She was conscious of what was going on based on that behavior, and that makes me question the 8 hours even worse.
Would she have heard about this fight with Ethan and assumed that this
Why would
was
that
maybe
let-
the guy he fought with? And maybe she's like, I don't want to be involved with that. I heard about that. They were talking about it before we all started to go off to bed.
No. We don't know. But if that's the case, then no, if that's the case, that's the case. We don't know. But the idea she claimed she was in frozen shock phase, okay, has been what they've hung this 8-hour time period on. But apparently she wasn't that frozen.
I mean, being in a frozen shock phase, that does indicate that she was fearful of something.
Of course, and her behavior was more than just ancillary, and she closed and locked that door. But she didn't then pursue any action to contact her other roommates. She said he was hiding to the sliding door. Why didn't she listen for him to leave? Why didn't she look out her back window and see if he left? Because her window would face the backyard, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Right.
So
yeah,
but also was that written in a way to make sure that they put emphasis on the fear that this was a person that wasn't supposed to be there in the home, or was it based on her wording? You know,
Her
it's in
wording.
quotation, so her wording is putting out there that she was fearful of whoever it was.
Right. Fearful enough to actually do what we call flight. Flight
Yeah.
or fight, right? And her flight was completely consistent with someone that knows what they're doing. You close the door, you lock it. Would you still shake and still be scared? Yes. But then
Okay.
you perform no other action until 11:56 a.m. the following
Well,
morning. That's the
PKC
problem.
says maybe she didn't know if he actually left. So if he didn't actually leave, I
Why
mean,
would you call then? You should have called the minute you got inside that room.
well, calling 911 would have been an option, obviously.
I'm pretty sure she would have heard that car speeding off at 421 from her wall right there, adjacent to that. So, I mean, I assume that would have told her this person just left.
Because they said it was a screeching, loud sound, right? Isn't that what
We can listen to it ourselves. Yeah.
Well, I believe you.
Here's the question then. But then still now, something just happened and someone just zoomed away, and you make no effort to do anything until the next morning at noon. We'll call it noon just to be easy, right? How do these actions stack up against this idea? I was frozen in shock phase and couldn't do anything.
Well, you're making a judgment call on the fear, what she's fearing,
but they were
or that she's fearing.
Hey, they were frozen, but supposedly they were texting during the whole thing.
Correct.
She was fearful enough to lock her door, but she wasn't fearful enough to sit there and text Bethany about.
Now, how do we know for sure she was texting Bethany and not just that the two of them were texting? Where does that info come from?
We don't know that they were texting each other. All we do know is that the phones of both Bethany and Dylan were used to establish the timeline.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
how do we know that?
Each other, that's written.
Is that said? Yeah, I think you're right. Let me see.
Hey, but go
downloads of their phones, along with statements and downloads of their phones, camera footage. Yeah, read it.
Here we go. Combination of DM statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and video of a suspect video as described below leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 and 4:25 a.m.
Hold it right there, Jeff. Where you have that highlighted, it says DM phone and video of a suspect video and described below leads investigators. So there's a video there. People have put vehicle in that place where it says video. They've wiped it out. But this says, I could be wrong, okay?
I'm sure I assume they're referring to the light bulb camera.
Video of a suspect video. So did one of them take a video of him speeding away? Maybe that's the exculpatory evidence.
Well, I'm trying to forensics downloads and records from their phones and video of a suspect video is described below. So they're going to tell you what the suspect vehicle is below. And I that's how they established the time of the crime. It's a conclusion based on all three: the video, the phone records, and statements made by Dylan. They then established from that data this time period.
Now, I see two commas separating.
Right. Bethany Dylan phone, comma, and video of a suspect video.
The whole thing was written like shit, if you ask me. They didn't do any grammar corrections or anything like that. They even whited out the little spots of somebody else's PCA and hand wrote the initials of the people. It's crap.
Right.
But that's just me. I mean,
maybe it's taken from previous documents and they don't want to like alter it so that in court it looks like, wait a minute, it says this in the first document in the original, and now it's different in this one. So, maybe it's like when you put SIC in parentheses over where somebody is misspelled or something,
No bullshit. It's exactly what I said, Jeff. I'm not. I'm not bending on my fucking statement. Damn it.
And I know you were on the group chat, the text chat with Bethany and Dylan too. So that's how you know.
Yes, exactly. They were fucking texting me. It was a group text.
You're blowing your phone up.
I was flirting with Dylan the whole time.
Well, I talk with Brian Koberg almost every other day. So you guys, you guys got no weight, okay?
I'm loving this, guys. I'm loving it, man.
Oh my God!
I've never thought that I would have you two on panel.
Can you imagine if someone takes that, cuts just those few words out, and puts that out there as a clip from what I said, with no context around it?
No,
right.
You know what's going to be out and about? Don't go to 12 Gauge page. He's a pervert. He showed a picture of a penis for twice, 3 times.
Of a
Yes,
cul-de-sac.
It was peanut hunting for whatever reason.
Like I can't even say cul-de-sac anymore without feeling uncomfortable. Thanks, 12 Gauge.
So a video. This
we
PCA
brought up a lot of interesting things tonight. We're going on 4 hours. I think I'm done for the night. I don't know about you guys, but we can definitely do this again some other time if you are game. I'd like to do some more research on that Mizzou case and, kind of dig deep into that if we could.
You know what I would like to do? I'd like to get video streams set up where Jeff and I are both in opposite locations with shock collars on. And you have the devices. You have the devices to engage the shock.
I got one here I could use. Yeah, we can just rig it up.
Start going through facts to see which facts are accurate and which aren't. Okay.
Hey, you know what I'd like to do? Jeff and I tried to do this the other day, but I think it would be more beneficial if it was you two doing it and I was the referee. As one person's pro and one person's the defense and one the prosecutor. And I could be the mediator, I guess.
You could be the judge. You're going to be your honorable 12 Gauge.
You're going to be judge.
Hey, I'm going to be the judge to make sure that no shady shit is being done behind closed doors or anything. So
are you going to be 12-12?
Yeah, 12 gauge. Gauge.
Gauge.
Yeah.
No, there's no sense. So
I'd like for you guys to, think about that. If you'd like to do that, I'd love to do that debate thing a little bit. Maybe do the whole panel, like, the whole time, where we're actually breaking down what we talked about tonight. And the next time, maybe debate it where we got information rather than speculation, where we can focus on the evidence.
Well, we're kind of somewhat already doing it in a way.
Well, yeah, I mean,
a lot of.
You should do it without the evidence in front of you, where you can present it at the time rather than to have to stop and go look at the evidence, because they're not going to be able to do that. So I mean,
in a way they are actually more so than you think. Everything they're going to go over for that day, they study and practice before they ever get in that courtroom.
Oh.
It's all they got it all scripted out. And
my bad.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting how these trial lawyers prepare for trial and how the trials are executed.
Okay, my motive was I wanted to see y'all go back and forth, and I wanted to fucking be the referee.
I want to do it with the shock collars.
The what?
the
shock collar.
We could probably sell tickets for that shit.
If that's what you're into, man, then whatever.
There you go. No, I think I think you probably draw viewers in like crazy. Subscribers. Yeah, that would be badass. Right,
Jeff H versus Sergeant Friday, shock collar. Come on, come on. $6 for the video screen.
Yeah, we're going to turn it all the way up to level 7.
Yeah,
you get a free membership. Yeah.
Hey, maybe we can get in with the grub truck guy and sell tickets over there too.
Yeah, he probably don't need them.
Hey sure Jeff, on that topic, I was watching your grub truck video again today. I don't know why I watched your Linda Lane and your grub truck one, the 1 to 2 on Linda Lane. I noticed a screaming sound at the very beginning of 1 o'clock. It was probably 1 o'clock and some change.
On Linda Lane?
Yes. I noticed some screaming. Not saying that came from King Road, but I noticed.
It weren't me. As Harsh would say, it weren't me.
Hey, it sounded like the monsters having sex. That's what it sounded like.
If they were yelling, oh God, it was just a religious service. Don't worry about it. That's common.
Guys, hey,
praise the Lord. Praise the Lord.
Hey, I've loved this, man. I mean, you guys bring some comical scenarios and attribute to it and some intellect more than anything. I'm glad.
And Sergeant, I appreciate you. You know, I know at first you didn't want to have anything to do with the conversation with me, but I appreciate you hanging in there and sticking it out. Because I mean,
Right.
I'm of one. I can talk with anybody. Somebody that I despise, I can talk with because
Right, but
God
you
made
know
you, God made me, and he's to me personally. You're of great value to God. You're of great value to me, and it doesn't matter what you think. So,
yeah,
that's just me.
uh-huh.
Well, let me
There you
close
go.
it out. You
There
guys,
you have it in a nutshell. He's peace on earth and everything.
hey, you guys stick around. I wanna ask you something off camera, just so it's not viewed as conspiracy or anything. Those of you that are watching it just has to do with some other planning that I would like to plan with these two gentlemen.
You're not going to pull that cul-de-sac up again, are you?
Oh no, White
Okay.
Lion,
Like,
PKC, White
You don't wanna-
Lion, PKC, Sabrina. And if I'm missing anybody else, thank you so much for being in chat. I hope I see y'all again sometime when we do a live. And I appreciate all your commentating, all your open-mindedness. Thank you so much for hanging with us for 4 hours if you've been here the whole time. Hope to see y'all again soon. Y'all take care. Y'all want to say anything before I click in?
this was great. Thanks everybody for listening and all your great comments and stuff.
Sarge?
Yeah, ditto.
No joke?
No, I didn't have any joke ready.
Okay.
All right, we'll talk.
All righty, and cut. All right. Where'd he go?
Oh, did he leave?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think he understood you wanted him to stay.
Oh. Well, I'll talk to him later on, I guess.
I'm tired. That took a lot out of me.
Thanks for coming up, Jeff. It's only 11 though, man. And there he is. There he is. Hey, Sarge, I'm glad you came back, man. I'm really thankful you guys were on here tonight. I'm not bullshitting. I wasn't just playing for the camera. Damn, am I still streaming?